Hey guys, or hi my one person. You were like right on time for my live today. Right? Totally. So everybody doing good so far today? It's Friday somewhere. What up? Oh, do I have glasses? I had glasses. Awesome. So we all excited for the Tyson fight tonight? So this hand is a prosthetic device that I designed and built, and I've been doing it for the last, gosh, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 years now, on and off. I ended up losing most of my hand due to from aftermath from bone infection after stem cell transplant and chemo for multiple myeloma. It's all body powered. So flexion, extension, abduction, adduction, and then from the zero plane down, I can lock the ring and pinky finger either in the open or in the closed position. Like that. So I am trying to do this as a DIY, to where first thing you do is you download the check socket, not this one, but this one off the Printables website. So this is actually how the fingers come. They come bead blasted, but the company Cerakote, they're about 6 miles to the north of me. They've been wanting to do a deal with me for like ever. They're actually going to be coloring up my next set of fingers for me, for my hand. We're going to do them in, it's a black, orange, and gray. They ought to look just awesome. I haven't had a problem. I haven't had a problem getting on planes, either domestic or international. When I did my European thing this last year, I gave a talk at Maker Central in Birmingham, UK. I don't know, it was like May or June. Flew through Switzerland, France, UK, and back. Never had an issue getting through any of, I'll tell you back. The only issue I had was the guy running the, I think it's the selective screening department in Switzerland. He had watched my channel for a while, and he wanted to meet me. So he pulled me off for selective screening. So I gave my whole spiel, and, you know, it was awesome. You know, and I find that more often than anything else. Awesome. I appreciate that. Oh, it was, so everybody that was in the selective screening at the time was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. And I mean, I must have picked up a dozen subs right then. It was so cool. Well, yeah. I can. So, there is a video on either TikTok or YouTube of me picking up 110 pounds with it. It really goes back to how much, because when you pick it up, you're picking it up against the backside of the fingers themselves, and the limit to the weight is how much weight you can support on the backside of your wrist, because everything goes in suspension at this point. So, it isn't like when you're picking things up with your fleshy fingers, everything's translated through your ligaments and your tendons. All of this is translated to the back of your thumb and then through your wrist. So that's really the only limit. You aren't going to have a problem with the fingers giving way. Oh, have I seen your project for the sign language thing? Is that the one with the hand itself that does the sign language? Right on. Well, thanks for stopping by at least. I appreciate that. That's awesome. So I have a machine shop. CNC milling machines, lathes, plasma cutter, all that type of stuff. So I end up machining a lot of this. The fingers themselves are 3D printed from PCB way out of mag silicon aluminum. And I found that works really good. So this device, which is the predecessor to this one, I ended up using it for a year. And I mean, it shows like no wear. And then this one, which supersedes it, has a grip pattern selector, which allows me to lock and unlock the ring and pinky fingers. So I can do precision tripod grip and that type of thing. So, and a lot of these parts, so like these are the metacarpal bases, which is that part for the finger. They come pretty close, but you still have to machine them a little bit. You have to pop the holes out to dimension, and then you have to file the gap off, the gap to fit the proximal 1 and proximal 2. So, but like the winder assembly, which I'm also getting out of PCB way, that comes really pretty close. All I had to do is I had to ream this bearing hole just a little bit with an 8mm reamer, and it was awesome. So the fingertips, so these ones I print on the Prusa XL. And these I used the Color Fab Variassure. And so all three of these colors are the Color Fab Variassure. So you don't have any delamination issue. And what I'm doing with the printer is, since it's a multi-extruder machine, I print like the white at 190 degrees, the blue at 220, so it's a little bit squishier, and then the black I print at 250, so it's the most squishy. So after that, I reached out to a company called Recreus, and they make a material that actually has a coefficient of friction like 1.4. So as as you grab a hold of something, the coefficient of friction actually increases with pressure, rather than like this TPU, where it's a little bit slick. It has a coefficient of friction of 0.8, which is still pretty good. Okay, so for the tolerance question, there are parts that have to be pretty tight, like the entire dimensional stack up of the winder is pretty tight. I would say if everything's within 5 thousandths, it's probably pretty good. But like for the fingers themselves, this proximal 1 and proximal 2 should only ever have to fit into this metacarpal base. So if when you're filing it and refining it, if say you file the gap, say 5 thousandths wide, then just don't take as much material off the proximal 1. Oh gosh, no. No, I just use a set of calipers, just a dial caliper. I mean, it isn't anything that you... Well, I take that back. There are a couple pieces that have to be like right on. And for those, I just use a regular dial micrometer. You know, I mean, like all of the pin bearing surfaces, you want those to be like pretty perfect. So like I would have someone, you know, and this is something that I'm still working through on the kit itself. I use AutoCAD. So I'm an old school AutoCAD guy. I started in 93 with AutoCAD version 10, when it was still command line in Windows. So, but back to this, you drill these out with like a 0.085, and then you go to a 90 thousandths, and then you go to a 92 thousandths, and you have to do them in that order so that it actually acts as though you're reaming the hole, because I'm using a 93 thousandths pin, and you want it just not like super tight, but pretty tight. And then there's a 2mm circlip that goes in the center in that little slit. That's how the pins retained left and right. I used to make the fancy pins with threads on the end, and all kinds of down the road on that, and it was a nightmare. That's back when I had bearings in every joint, and that was just, it was too much. If this was going to become a product, I needed to simplify it, and that's what I did with this design group. Like this is the I think 4th or 5th of this series, and like the fingers of these haven't changed in like 4 different hands. So I've been really happy with that. So I consider the fingers are all the same, are where they're at. And the winder assembly I've been really happy with so far. The ring and pinky lock, I haven't decided if that's actually going to make it to production. It's novel, but I don't find that I use it, and I don't know if it's actually worth all of the gadgetry. Now, splay is awesome. Splay is definitely getting incorporated, and I just redid all of the splay linkage, to come up with this new setup. I'm super happy with that. So, okay, so am I selling them? So, back to Europe. When I gave my talk during the Q&A, one of the people that was like front row Joeing my talk, they're like, hey, I know this grant that is looking for people like you. So when I got back to the U.S., I spent a week writing papers, doing a video, interview, all of that junk, and I applied for the grant and ended up getting it. So I ended up from OSV, O'Shaughnessy Venture Group. I got a grant for $100,000, which totally awesome. And what that's going to allow me to do is that's going to fund a trial that I can build between 12 and 14 of these devices for people that are dysarticulation at the metacarpal level. So if you watched my last video where I go over the trial details, it's full-length metacarpals, and that's where the dysarticulation is. So for this first round, so I'm gonna do 4 rounds of 3 people, or if it looks like I'll be able to fund it, I'd like to do 4 rounds of 4 people, and do 16 hands, but that's really going to depend upon how far the money goes, and because I'm going to have to pull some of my money out of my Patreon in order to. No, I do not box. So, I'm still really figuring out how much everything really is going to cost. And then also how much time it's going to take me in order to do these individual, these groups of trials. So I got this guy, Aaron. He was amniotic band syndrome. He still has his natural pinky. I've been helping him build one of these for on and off about a year. He's going to be in on one of the trials. So I'm actually just going to be doing a delete of the pinky finger. And then he'll be using just the index, middle, and ring finger. And then for like the winder, rather than having the wiffle tree here, instead of going to the clevis, it'll go to the finger drive. Okay, so Max project, why don't you bring that conversation over to Making Parts Club at Gmail, and then we can continue this conversation on that, and I might be able to help you out on some of that. And then I'll be able to get more one-on-one with you. So if you go to like my last video, there's a link for that Gmail, but it's just Missing Parts Club at Gmail. Super easy. Thank you. Well, Boogie, I don't answer those questions. Sorry, man. Yeah. So that's kind of what I use my Patreon for, but yeah, no. I mean, once I get it going and I get a flow through of it, what I think I'm going to be doing. So there's a couple things that I'm doing. So of course, with this being a kit, it's kind of front loaded on the amount of effort it takes to know if you're going to like the feel of what it's like to, pick something up with this. So I have this guy, Chris, that I've been talking to him. I've been talking to him for probably 2 years now. He was an electrician, and he caught a bad ground and ended up blowing his hand off. He was a lineman electrician, ended up blowing his fingers off. Kind of tragic, really, but it's going to be so cool. So I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been doing a lot of 3D printer reviews lately. What I'm doing is I'm setting up a mini print farm along with that rotary scan rig that I built, that if someone is on the fence about trying this out, they'll be able to come to me, come to my shop location. We'll scan their residual limb. We'll print up a test socket. And like this first round of devices, I'm actually going to build 3. I'm going to build one for me of the new design of gear. And then I'm going to build a left and a right that'll be like demo units, essentially, to where someone comes to me, I do a quick scan, I chop it up on Mesh Mixer, and then we print out a test socket, and then, put the test socket into the gear, and then they'll be able to see if they like the feel of, see if they like the feel of it, and if they'd be happy with it as an end device. Now, the test socket is, a 3D print socket isn't going to be strong enough for, like the 3 years that it's expected to last. Okay, so Zener with the strings. Okay, so the reason why no on the Dacron or fishing line or any of that is the termination. So, in order to terminate fishing line, you need to tie a knot and all that. So the stack up on dimensions on these things is very, very tight. So, if it's say like 60 thousandths longer, then the angle on the winder core to the fingers to the closing, down to where the hand closes, you won't be able to get that, and you won't be able to replicate that. Whereas with the number 15 miniature micro roller chain, I use a 1/16th pin, a 60 thousandths pin, and it's just a cross pin. And each time, so like for the fingers to the cross link, it's 7 links. It is always the same dimension. So, and that's why the chain. Also, chain doesn't stretch, or, chain isn't going to stretch like this. So, if you go, wire rope. Okay, so same thing on the termination. But then also on wire rope is, a lot of these things, I'm trying to bend it around something really tiny. Like this roller is just shy of 3/8. It's 350 is the diameter of this roller. So wire rope needs to be 10 times the diameter of the wire rope for its minimum bend radius. So like a 1/16th wire rope, you need to bend that around like a 5/8 pulley, and that's the smallest pulley that you can roll it around. Okay, so NOD, right now the kit is looking like it's going to be like $6,500, and that is just raw pieces. You're going to need to finish the holes. You're going to have to tap the holes, thread the holes, countersink, all of that junk. And then like on the 3D print parts, you have to file them into tolerance, because 3D printed is just, it's just 3D printing. It's close, but 3D printing is not machining at all. And that's why, like on the winder and that assembly is all machined. It isn't printed. I tried printing originally. Okay, so if you're just missing the pinky, it wouldn't be worth it to have all of this gear. you'd want to have something that, wristband, and then something that goes here, and then you would drive it off of the ring finger. So you'd have a little fork that goes around. You'd have a fork that goes around your ring finger, and then that's what's going to tandem drive. Exactly. Plastic is fantastic, but steel is real. I probably didn't see your question there, Mert. Yep, plastic just is not it. I mean, it's good for, little desktop things, but that's it. Although I have been pretty happy with this SLA mag aluminum. I like linguiça. Thanks. Okay, so carbon fiber is not it. Carbon fiber would be okay for like the forearm cuff, but so carbon fiber is only as strong as the continuous length of strand. So if you were to laminate up and do like a forged carbon fiber on this, a lot of these cross sections aren't long enough to benefit from the carbon fiber itself. So it's only going to be as strong as what the binding resin is. So with that, and then also, the amount of, so the raw parts, so the finger components, the winder, the mounting rails, basically all of the metal parts unassembled, and you still have to refine everything, is looking like it's going to be $6,500. It takes about 40 hours of machine shop time in order to make this into a complete assembly. So I get $150 an hour at my shop, so that's an additional $6,000. So you'd be like $13,000 for all of this, to where you just need a socket. Now, if building a socket isn't your wheelhouse, I have a group of prosthetists that are into. You wouldn't want to do a steel version. Steel would weigh too much. So I have a group of prosthetists that get what the project is, and they've said that if someone is working through me, that they'd build sockets for between $5,000 and $6,000. So you'd be an entire device for just under $20,000, which I know it sounds like a lot, but in the world of prosthetics, $20,000 is freaking cheap. I mean, I actually have a prosthetic that's made by Osir, for instance, and it was billed out to my insurance company for $85,000, and it is awful. It is slow, and okay, so yes, I design in my head, and then I will proof of concept it. I'll draw it on AutoCAD, and then like on this one, I 3D printed the raw parts of the fingers just to make sure that clearances and stack up. But then I wrote a program called FEA, Finite Element Analysis, and that'll kind of tell me about where things are going to break. So both steel and iron is going to weigh too much. So this one weighs right at a kilogram, so 2 pounds. Yeah, it weighs right at 2 pounds. When I was doing the parts as stainless steel, as 316 stainless steel, it weighed just about double, and it was too much. It was the wrong weight. Oh yeah, no, the longest I have run with one of these is about a year before I swap to something new. Either adding or subtracting or changing how something goes on the hand. And that seems to be about how long it takes for me to use one of these and really figure out what I like, what I don't like about it, and then what I want to improve. So like what I'm currently working on is a different forearm cuff. So there's a couple different things that I'm chasing right now. I either want to do the Iron Man type thing to where it expands and, just has a whole ring of parts. And then, you stick your hand in there and then, you slide a ring back and then it goes, and shrinks around your, 2 kilograms. Oh, no, 1 kilogram. It's 1 kilogram. It's 2 pounds. Well, what is your question there, Mert? Okay. With lighter materials. Okay, so unless they're amputees, unless they're an amputee that has disarticulation at the metacarpal, there's no room for their fleshy bits. So, they have to be that. And really, I can't really go with a lighter material than what this is and still retain enough working strength within the design and have it be kittable. See, the whole idea of this is to be outside of insurance and outside of FDA. That's why I'm doing it as a DIY. Because then I'm just selling raw components, and sure, it isn't applicable to insurance. Okay, so the problem with electronics and the Myo is the speed. So, like my Oser iDigits Quantum, it is 1 second to open, 1 second to close. And it is painful to use. Whereas this one is as fast as my natural hand. Anything electronic is slow. It's just absolutely slow. And it runs out of batteries, and the grip strength isn't there. No, injection molding would absolutely not be the answer for this. If you're going to make 100,000 pieces, injection molding is the deal. I anticipate the entire lifespan of this is maybe 1,000 pieces. So you wouldn't even pay for your hard tooling by the time you did anything on this. So fall one down. You got to remember, I'm dealing with a lot heavier stuff than this. Remember, I have terminal cancer. I have multiple myeloma. Next Tuesday, I have chemo all day. I'll be in the chair for 9 hours. So losing my hand is only a little bitty speck on my pile of crap that I'm dealing with. This is I'm just trying to make the best out of my situation. Yeah. So, doing it as just parts, then it becomes a DIY. Now, theoretically, missingpartsclub@gmail.com. That is my email for all of the hand project. Thanks, I appreciate that. All right, stay right here. I gotta plug my phone in so I don't lose you in a little bit. Sweet. Okay, so in 2017, I'm using a Cerakote product called Microslick, and it's a ceramic-based coating that is, I'm in Oregon, so it's a ceramic coating that is applied to the pins, and that acts kind of as the bearings. So I service it with basically brake clean, and then I use the silicone dry lube, just, and that's about it. And I'll have to take it apart maybe once a year, maybe twice a year. It kind of depends on what I do. Well, thanks. Okay, so back to how I lost my hand. So in 2017, I was snowboarding with my son, and a kid parked in front of me at the bottom of the lift, and I fell backwards, and it was just electricity from here down. I broke my T10, 11, and 12. I just thought that I had pulled a muscle, slipped a disc, something like that. I didn't think that I had actually broke my back. So ended up getting carted back up to the truck. Spent a month on the bathroom floor with a towel wrapped around my waist. I got better, and then I stopped healing. So then I met with a doctor for the first time in like 30 years, and found out I had cancer called multiple myeloma. It's a hematological that affects your skeleton. So you get what's called lytic lesions, which are just holes in your bones. So spent most of 2018 at UAMS in Little Rock, Arkansas, doing, it's a 7-drug, did a 7-drug chemo that was 108 hours, 4 times. It's called VDT PACE, and then did an autologous stem cell transplant, and that was most of my 2018. Died a couple times, and after my 100 days after a transplant, which during that 100 days you could die at any time, made it past that, started trying to get my world back together at my shop, and I smacked my hand on a piece of metal, and I fractured the proximals of my left hand. And because I was still within that 100 days after stem cell transplant, I didn't really have much of an immune system. So they inserted K-wires into my fingers to stabilize the bones. And then I got a blood infection, bone infection, septicemia, gangrene, you're going to die. So then they cut a finger off. So then I went home, came back. Ooh, you're not looking so good. You're scheduled for emergency surgery tomorrow. And they cut another finger off. And then went back home, came back up. Man, I don't know what's going on, but you are gonna die. So, and then it was, this will be your last surgery. We're afraid you're just gonna up and die. So they cut my last finger off, and then I got better, but, lost all the fingers on my dominant hand. Yes, I have tried string, I have tried Dacron, I have tried Spectraline. Spectraline was okay until it frays or nicks or anything, and then it turns to garbage right away. But the big issue with string or that type of thing is the termination, and getting the distance from the start to the finish to be exactly the same every time. Eventually, I would like to get this to be a part number, to where, after I'm gone, then somebody, it's unreliable. So I have, in the probably 3 years that I've been using this design, I have yet to have a single problem with the chain. So why change that? You know, so I'm sticking with the chain. Basically, I'm sticking with the fingers themselves. The fingers are at their final revision. I'm not going to go any further on the fingers. The Gaffney joint, I'm still in flux on that, and the gimbal, I'm a little bit in flux on that. So we'll see how that goes. Oh yeah, no, the chain. So I am working with, or I'm trying to work with, who is it? US micro roller chain, because I would like to be able to get. It's called leaf chain, and it's only plates. It doesn't have rollers. So for this portion of the finger, just before the cross link, I would be able to take basically 100 thousandths out of the width, so I could make this part of the finger about 3/32s narrower. Okay, so do I feel the weight? No. You know, this weighs 2 pounds, so it's really not. It's not that bad. You kind of get used to it. I mean, you know, because you got to figure your hand weighs something. So, you know, you just kind of get used to the weight. Yeah. So, you know, a big thing with the prosthetics. Oh, I got to go Mike Tyson. I got to go Mike Tyson all day long. Because that's coming up at 5 o'clock, right? Yep, so it's 2:45 now. Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I still gotta go Mike Tyson all day long. Yeah, no, so yeah, a kilogram really isn't that bad. You know, you get used to it, and also, you know, if you were to make it lighter, you aren't really going to notice it as being lighter. And, you know, what I found, so I did try a couple of these that were just 3D printed plastic in carbon fiber nylon, and it was actually just the wrong weight. You know, it was just too light. And I didn't like it for that. So I went back to aluminum. Okay, so you probably don't know this. I'm actually an interior stadium project manager for the Super Bowl. So I set up all of the foreign media, you know, all of the press boxes, NFL control, safety, security, all of that type of thing. I've done that for better than a decade. So, yeah. So I guess my favorite, just based on the logo, I would say, is the Broncos. But that's just because I like the logo, and I have a bunch of their scrim from. I have the end zone camera position field scrim from New Jersey Super Bowl and from Santa Clara. Santa Clara was Panthers Broncos, and I have both of those. I have both the camera position field end zone pieces of scrim, and they're pretty cool. You know, I have, so when I do videos out in the main shop, the piece of fabric that I use as a reflector is one of the Broncos scrim pieces. And if when I use the curved backdrop when I'm out in the shop, that one's the escalator cover from Super Bowl 50. No, I have never worn a glove over the top of it. And the reason is because the bunching that you get at where the joints are, it ends up just binding everything up. You know, because, so like on the proximal pieces, you see it it actually uses up a 1/2 inch of material going from open to close. So you have to just get rid of all of that material in there. And then, of course, the next question will be, well, why don't you do silicone over the top of it? Well, silicone lasts for about a day, until you actually start using it for anything. And then the silicone just gets awful. Yeah, so it ends up ripping in this little cross link joint right here. It always ends up either binding or ripping right here on the proximal to the medial, where it's a crossed link right here. And that's, and I have to go with that crossed link. So right now, the amount of commitment that it takes on this, it's really kind of only an adult permanent prosthetic solution. It is not a kid's thing. Also, the liability for doing anything prosthetics with kids. Okay, so you can go from splay to fingers closed, and then you can go from extended. I can lock the ring and pinky open. I can go from open to close, and then I can lock the ring and pinky in the closed position. So I'm still trying to make money on this. You got to figure I have roughly 10,000 hours in the design and revision of this. I have a machine shop. I'm trying to recoup some of that. Yes, I can flip people off, but you guys haven't done your job. You haven't gotten me to 1 million subs yet. That has always been the deal. When I get to 1 million subs, then you guys get flipped off. So as far as, picking stuff up, holding stuff, it works amazing. Of course, I would much rather have, fleshy fingers. No, it's all mechanical. No electronics. So it doesn't, it doesn't care if it gets dirty, doesn't care if it gets wet, doesn't run out of batteries. So, okay, so the thumb is an interesting question. That comes down to how are you going to control it? Because a thumb is a two-axis phalange, whereas a finger is a single-axis phalange that through the wiffle tree, I'm going to the least amount of resistance against it. Whereas a thumb, it's two axes. So how are you going to control that? You'd end up having to either do a Bowden cable and then do it off of a hip harness, or you'd have to go with the shrug harness to have independent finger control of that. So, yes, you can make it with a thumb. The issue comes with how are you going to control it? I'm controlling everything through the two axes of the wrist. Because you can't really count the supination. You can't really do supination, pronation on that because, you're going to use that throughout, different orientations in order to hold stuff. So you can't use that as a control axis, but you can use, flexion, extension, and then abduction, adduction, which is what I'm doing. But for something else, you'd have to either do a harness, off your hips, or I guess at that point you could do Myoelectric and then use, but Myo's got a pile of issues. That made a pinky. Yeah. So okay, so smaller, This is as big as my natural hand. So I don't know how much smaller you'd actually want it. So the thing is, if you're transradial or through the wrist or transhumeral through the elbow, there's already plenty of devices for that. The main reason why I'm sticking to partial hand is because nobody's servicing this as... Yes, I use AutoCAD. Well, actually, I don't. I use a software called Project CAD, because it's $500 and you own it forever. So I used to use AutoCAD, but then my perpetual standalone license became invalid one update. Oh, sorry, Kenneth King. Let me... No. Okay, so... So you would want the thumb to act independently of the fingers. Like for picking this up, okay, so I'm not going to move my thumb, and the fingers are going to close against it. So if I was tying the movement of the fingers to the thumb with the wrist, then as I would close this, your thumb would close at the same time. So then you'd have to pick a closing position. You'd be better off having a thumb that didn't move, that was a fixed position, and then that became just something that you were closing against in opposition. No, so it's all mechanical. There's no batteries, there's no batteries, no electronics. Yes, I do have phantom limb pain. Well, okay, so I do tell kids that it's shark or didn't eat your vegetables or... Yes, so what those are is spring overloads for the over travel, because the splay has a different throw than what the carotid latch does for locking and unlocking the ring and pinky fingers. It's just because the geometry didn't work out to be the same travel for the same end positions, and that's why I have these two basically little shock absorbers. One goes for pulling, one goes for pushing. So the fingers move by flexion and extension. Cancer, terminal cancer, bone infection after a stem cell transplant. So this is only for a very specific amputation. This is for disarticulation at the metacarpal level with no retention with no retention of the proximals. And that's all this is for. This is not for I still have the proximals, or if it's transmetacarpal. If it's through the palm, this isn't the device for you. Yeah. I wouldn't add electronics. Electronics are unreliable. The problem with electronics is water, grease, dirt, and batteries. And also electronics are slow. So it isn't that it's impossible to make a fully mechanical arm. It's just how are you going to control it? You have to pick your degrees of freedom. So it's like for splay, I'm using abduction, adduction. And for actuating the fingers, I'm using flexion and extension. So I can pick up, I have a video of me picking up 110 pounds with it. It's exactly like shifting gears. So if you look at the cardioid latch, it's in its forward position, and now it's in its rear position. So with that, the ring and pinky are in its locked, and then click it open, and then the fingers are unlocked. So then if you lock it when your fingers are closed, then they stay in the locked position. So if once I get to 1 million followers, I would be happier to do that. I would be happy to do that once I get a gold play button. I spent about a year trying to do the haptic to give me proprioception back. I didn't like getting shocked all the time, and part of my cancer, I have what's called glove and sock syndrome. So the Velcade basically ate the ends of my nerves in my hands, so I couldn't get good differentiation. So, but where it's a mechanical device, I actually get proprioception from the palm side of my hand to the quadrilateral bone to where the prosthetic ends. So I could add a thumb, but that goes back to how are you going to control it? Elon Musk is not interested in this type of thing. But you could spam his socials and try to get him to pay attention to me. But my efforts have yielded nothing. But if you want to spam Elon Musk, that would be awesome. Yeah, so where it's mechanical, and this is something that I was never talked about with my Myoelectric device, is the proprioception, where it's a motor that closes and opens your fingers. You have no real sensation of where the fingers are. Whereas on a mechanical device, you have a pretty good idea of how much force you're putting on whatever you pick up. I mean, it's like, okay, squishing it, or I can squish, I can the heck out of it, but I know how much force I'm putting onto it. So when you look at YouTube as an entire thing, there really aren't a lot of people in this sector. And in fact, really, there's really nobody. I mean, there's a guy, Daniel Kim, that I'm not going to say he ripped off my design, but he used my design as a stepping off point. I guess that's how I'd say that. But everybody that has attempted it so far, they'll get into it for maybe a year, and then they'll figure out it's it's a difficult thing to do, and unless they're missing parts, there's no stick to it. If there's no stick to it, I do not have a patent, because a patent is only as good as the dollars you have to protect it. So to patent this, you'll spend roughly $85,000-$90,000 to go after all of the things on this. So then after that, you know, if someone goes and copies it exactly, you sell them a kit and they reverse engineer it and copy it exactly, there's no such thing as a patent police. So you would have to go and sue them. And where you have a patent, you would actually have to sue them. Otherwise, you're invalidating your patent. And then with that, then it's all up to a judge. You know, if they change, say they change the bolt size, they change a couple dimensions, they change a material, then, you know, that in its very own could invalidate the patent. Yeah, so I tried hydraulics there for a minute. The issues that I had with that was the weight of the pump and the valving, and you know, hydraulic cylinders leaking. You know, yeah, back to haptic. So I tried the cell phone motors, and I tried just regular vibrator motors. So the way that I was doing is I would take the medial and I would slit this on my EDM, and then you put a load cell right here. I was just doing a FSR, force sensitive resistor, and then a pair of wires through the center of the spring and all that to 4 HX711s to a Metro Mini. And then that was, you know, that would just go to the 4 motors. So as soon as you do that, then you have to add a power system. Then you're back to electronics. You know, it really wasn't worth the amount of added gear that you'd have to add to the whole thing. Yeah, so these aren't cast. These are SLA mag aluminum, so magnesium silicon aluminum. So, and then what that does is that gives me a better strength to yield. So it's not necessarily a have to redesign. It's I figure out that I want it to do something else. It's like since the beginning, you know, I've liked the display, but when I decided to make this into a product, you know, from a project, I had to simplify it. So I got rid of some of the grip patterns, and now it's just ring and pinky that I can lock and unlock. Not too bad, but that's why I run an open socket on the end. So I tried. For about a year, I tried doing a hybrid system where I was using the electronics to do direct finger control. So that would be your finger selection for your grip pattern. And it really wasn't worth the amount of gear and effort. You know, it wasn't worth the gear and the effort that it was taking in order to do that. And also reliability. You know, originally I was doing EMG or EEG sensors on the intercostal muscles in between the metacarpals. And it was that I just couldn't get reliable signals. Right. Well, and then also, I mean, could you imagine having, uh, a lipo taffy pack strapped to your arm? I mean, to where you do anything and then this thing explodes on you or catches fire? Ew. So this hand I started using in May of this year, but this one I used for a year before that. Okay, so what about fiber optic? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I built this hand. So it doesn't care if it gets wet or dirty or anything. No, I have not tried punching anything. Thanks. So I've been a product design engineer for 30 years or so. So screwdriver doesn't work, but I do swap out the fingertips for different things. You could stick it in the dishwasher, but why? You can just run it underwater with Dawn dish soap. No, I'll run a grinder with this, and I haven't had a problem with it. Yes. I so I did my stem cell transplant before I lost my hand. No. So there there really hasn't been any improvement in partial hand prosthetics. In fact, there's been no improvement in partial hand prosthetics. Um, and uh, so Point Designs out of Denver, they have a pretty cool thing, but you have to pre-position. No, I don't think you. No, tetanus doesn't work that way. It weighs 1 kilogram. It weighs 2 pounds. I did make this. Awesome. Well, I appreciate you stopping by and watching. No, it is. It is awesome. I'm getting great interaction tonight. Okay, so 3D printing is the plastic just is not strong enough. Okay, so you could put a Phillips bit on there, but the problem is how do you actually turn to drive it? It would be so slow. Just better off to get a real screwdriver. I have CNC machines. I have a full machine shop. So I designed and built it. No, what I can do, so I used to be able to control fingers individually, but when I decided to make this into a product, I had to get rid of to where it's a DIY thing. So, it's expected that whoever gets this, they assemble their kits themselves. I had to simplify the design. So I had to get rid of some of the functionality of it. So, but now you can do it in pairs of fingers. So you can lock and unlock the ring and pinky finger, and you can splay the fingers. So you can lock the ring and pinky in the open position or in the closed position. Or so you move by flexion, extension, and then abduction, adduction splays the fingers. I already did the chainsaw attachment. That was like years ago. So the thing is about anything that's an attachment, like, a knife or whatever, you end up having to pack that around all the time. So, if, like, say, a lighter attachment, unless you're actually going to use that like every day, then it isn't worth the extra half a pound that you got to pack around every day for something that, you're never going to use. Yes, it doesn't care if it gets wet. Right on, yeah. Check out their chainsaw video. So, first, 3D printing is not machining. The tolerances aren't even close. And second, the plastic isn't strong enough. I've covered this many, many times. The plastic is not strong enough. So, pretty fine. Awesome. Thank you. So I have a video. I think it's a short. I was in an airport, one of the airports on the trip, and I picked up a dime. So I ended up just picking up a dime with it. So that's a quarter. Oh yeah. No, I've been working on this as pretty much a constant revision for years. And I think it'll always be that. I think I will always have. Just occurred. Yeah, the cancer just occurred. Bad immunoresponse. Yes. So with prosthetics, So it's more complicated than just how much for a copy. So these are very custom. So, but the raw pieces for the kit is somewhere around $6,500, and then expect to spend about 40 hours of machine shop time to get it to where it's a complete assembly. So that'd be about $13,000 for just the metal, and then you have to build sockets for it, which will be $5,000-6,000 from there. So around $20,000, all done. Oh, totally. You got to figure, like, my Myo hand was $85,000, and it was terrible. It's 1 second to open, 1 second to close. It's super slow. Prove what, Johnny West? No. So here's part of the reason why the plastic isn't strong enough. There's a tremendous amount of mechanical ratio loss. So just for, say, on the fingers, okay, you're taking a 4-inch lever and you're driving it off of 400 thousandths, 1 centimeter basically. So there's basically 100-to-1 ratio from there. So if you end up putting, say, 10 pounds here, you're putting 100 pounds here. So the plastic at that small of a drive ratio is just going to break. So plastic just isn't strong enough. No, I do not. CNC machining is the way to be on that. No, I don't have a kit for a foot or feet. I am staying in my lane. There's already plenty aluminum all day long. Aluminum is plenty light, plenty strong enough. So this weighs 1 kilogram, so it weighs 2 pounds. So really, it's that the market sector is too small if you're going to bring it within clinic. So in order for me to run this through the FDA, it's going to cost $2.3 million. And then you'll sell maybe 1,000 of them. But you have to put the $2.3 million into that product line first before you can sell any of them within clinic. And then you have to apply through the insurance companies to get any of the insurance companies to subsidize a portion of any of those builds. So that's a lot of upfront costs before you've sold a single one of them. Whereas if I do the DIY, then you're just buying parts. I hope so. No, so this is the size of my natural hand. So the trick is, since for the whole veteran thing, okay, this is for a very specific disarticulation. This is for disarticulation through the metacarpals with no retention of the proximals, and you still need your thumb. So also with the whole veterans thing, this isn't a VA thing because It isn't run through the FDA. It's not an FDA compliant or approved device. So it's going to cost, $2.3 million for me to get it through the FDA. So, yeah, not going to happen that way. It's going to be something for people that don't have insurance or that are able to private pay. Right? So, and then it's getting paid. The VA is terrible to do work through to get paid. So, I mean, yeah, sure. If I have a prosthetist that works as a VA clinician, and I've offered my services plenty of times to them, and it's getting the money. Engineering is a huge topic. So what type of engineering? Mechanical or electrical or civil, or I mean, there's all kinds. Right on. Well, thank you for staying and watching. Because plastic just is not strong enough. It comes down to the material that you're printing it, that you're producing it out of. Just the plastic isn't strong enough. And especially photopolymers. Photopolymers are brittle. Photopolymers are incredibly brittle. And that's the last thing you need. So the lock system works good. It's a cardioid latch. No, so it's aluminum. So it naturally forms a rust layer. Any aluminum is automatically rusted. It becomes ALO2. You're welcome. No, I don't. I do not do jiu-jitsu. So originally I was going to show the FL Sun S1 Pro that I just recently was given to review, but then they decided they didn't want me doing a live with it, so sorry. I know that's what I advertised. Oh, it totally is, because aluminum oxide is actually harder than the aluminum. Which is amazing that a little bit of oxygen can do that. So, okay, so the cardioid latch and the locking, I'm not actually sure that it's worth the amount of effort that went into designing it and developing it and implementing it. The display is worth it, and I'm going to incorporate that into the new version. So splay is staying. I'm not sure if the cardioid latch is going to make it into the production. So just open casting doesn't produce a strong enough part. So these are SLA, laser sintered, and they're pretty strong. But if you were just to, not under pressure, not under vacuum, that type of if you were just to sand cast it, that's not going to be strong enough. You would have to forge the pieces. And then with the forging, then you need dies and all of that junk. I mean, like say on the Proximals. So here are the medials. Here's what the medials look like. And then also you have the cost. So like this medial right here, I think I pay $8 for this. Whereas, I can make them on the CNC milling machine using the 4th axis, but it takes 20 minutes. No. So from the 0 plane, positive splays the fingers, and from the 0 plane down, clicks this cardioid latch, and then that's what locks or unlocks the fingers. So it's, if you were to go from 0 plane, everything in line, and you were to go down, click your hand down. Now the ring and pinky are locked in the open position. Now if I do that, now the fingers are locked free. Now if I do the same thing with the fingers closed, then the ring and pinky are locked in the closed position. I have many thousands of dollars into this design. So, and then this is what the distals look like. So then you have to, refine this pocket, refine the width. And then here's some proximals. So these are proximal ones, because they, so this is your fulcrum pin, and then this is your chain link pin, to where this is where the chain goes into that. And then the proximal 2s, are the cross link to it. Here are the proximal 2s. So, and the proximal 1s end up, you have to file these to where they fit in, into each other. And this is part of that, printing is not machining. So, if you go off of, what these were printed at, they should pass between each other. But you just have to file a little bit off of these 2 surfaces, or these 4 surfaces, 2 on this one, 2 on this one, and then they'll pass between each other. But that's part of the DIY of it. Oh, I will continue to, I will always be dinking with this thing. I will always be adding or subtracting features to it. I don't think I'm ever going to be at, this thing is done. So, okay, have I considered about adding extra features? So, this is designed, this is to a point where it's designed to be a product. So that means I need to be able to produce it, and people need to be able to assemble it. So I had to get rid of a bunch of features that weren't, that were more effort than what they were good for. And, I settled down on this design. No, I need to make money. I'm not making a lot of money off of these, but I need to make money. I mean, when you go to work every day, you don't go to your boss and go, oh, you know what? I'm not going to charge for the last 5 years. So, I don't know, what is it, 4 or 5 hands ago, I had individual finger control. So I could control each finger. I had 6 different grip patterns. So on this, you know, I got rid of everything except for 2 grip patterns. It's going pretty good. How about you? Oh, so this is only as strong as you are. In order to make it stronger, then that would affect the speed. It'll either affect the speed that the fingers. So I got rid of some of the grip patterns. So you do the cut by how you pick it up, in just how you position it when you pick something up. But yes, in one of the old designs, no, I don't have a patent on it, because a patent is only as good as the dollars you have to protect it. If you aren't willing to write a 6-figure check to defend your patent, don't write a 5-figure check to initiate the patent. So the thumb we've already talked about earlier tonight, but that goes back to how are you going to control it? You know, so on a partial hand, you know, generally on a partial hand, if you end up losing your thumb in addition to your 4 fingers, they're going to do a through the wrist disarticulation or a transradial disarticulation. They aren't going to generally just leave you with a palm with no fingers and no thumb. So I ended up getting a grant from OSV this last year, and that's what's funding my trial. So that grant is going to allow me to, build basically a dozen devices for other people. Yeah, but okay, so here's the thing. If they're willing to go and put the couple $1 million, the $2.3 million into getting it into a clinic, let them. The thing is, there isn't enough return on investment to make it profitable in order to bring it to clinic. You know, the entire lifespan of this design is maybe 1,000 devices. You know, and you have to find somebody that likes this aesthetic, that wants to wear this, that this is going to be the perfect device for them. It takes that long. And then to put it back on, takes that long to put it on and take it off. Well, honestly, for a self-defense, I have other tools that I would use. So you could do it with 3 fingers. If it was just 2 fingers, it probably wouldn't be worth the amount of gear that you'd have to wear in order to make this thing work. You know, because no, I wouldn't add electronic components, because electronics are slow. And I already tried it. I already tried going electronic a couple years ago. It's too slow, and it's too fidgety, and you know, it weighs more, you know, because you have the weight of the hand itself, and now you're adding batteries and a controller, and exactly, way more points of failure. I mean, just way more points of failure. So both. So when I was doing, yeah, both. It was with the early aluminum fingers before I settled on this design of fingers. It was with the fingers that had all of the with all the bearings. No, NASA and DARPA don't care about me. Yeah. No, I already did the under the sleeve thing earlier. But there you go. Just like that. Yep. DIY engineering rules. Totally. Well, you got to be a maker if you're gonna. You got to be a maker if you're gonna do that thing. No, I haven't had any problem with things getting trapped in the hand. So really, so I'm trying to keep it as cheap as I can do. And by the time you start adding in, more designers and, different marketing strategies and all that, it's going to take a huge amount of money. I mean, like millions of dollars in order to get this into insurance, into clinic, and FDA approved and all of that stuff. I mean, it's literally going to take $2.3 million. Um, Really nothing. I mean, the hand is great. My forearm socket isn't perfectly fit right now. I need to make a different one, but thank you. I appreciate that. Well, if you know of an angel investor that isn't concerned about the return on investment, be sure to send them my way. But in the current economy, I haven't found anybody that's wanting to drop, you know, well, actually, that's a lie. I found someone to drop $100,000 into the project. No, there's already plenty of options for people that are missing feet. Oh, I've met them. I've met Hacksmith. I've met them at Open Sauce a couple times. Yeah, so my next one, the company Cerakote, they usually make firearm coatings. They're going to be coloring up one of my hands for me because the Cerakote has better adhesion to the aluminum than paint. It's kind of like a powder coating, except for it's ceramic based. It was pretty good. So I actually I emailed Joel the other day. I actually owe him an email. So I'm going with orange for the chains, and I'm alternating black and gray for the fingers and the drive components. So everything in the drive system is going to be orange, and then like the winder core will be gray, and then the frame of it will be black. You know, I don't know. I don't know. When I did that whole day in at their facility, you know, I showed them how all of this worked, and they were impressed with it. But you know, we're building completely different things. I mean, both of them are still kind of the same, but they're completely different. You know, we're going after completely different markets. Um, you know, I mean, I told them where they were going to have issues with their hands. You know, a big thing is nobody on that design team is missing parts. You know, and you find that throughout the prosthetics industry. You know, there's nobody that's missing parts that's designing for, you know, that's designing for that. You know, so how do you design for a world that you don't live in? You know, and that's super tough. Yeah. So somewhere around here I have the color chips of them. It'll be cool when it's all done. You know, I had to wait for them to get done with SEMA and then get back and all of that stuff. But yeah, they'll probably be doing up this kit. I think I have a complete set of fingers here, and I'll just send them all of this to get it colored up. And that'll be awesome. Yeah, but I mean, that's super rare. You know, finding a design. Well, thank you. Please continue to watch my videos, share my videos, all of that junk. I really appreciate it. They do. I mean, even as far as, you know, what, you know, things that they think that you would want, you know, you may just look at and go, oh my gosh, I would never even consider wanting that. But to them, they're like, oh, we can make it do this and this. And you're like, wouldn't even use it. But thanks. All right. So why don't you guys come with me? I'm going to make a sandwich real quick. Because I didn't get lunch. I had meetings and had to move equipment today and bend stuff up, so I didn't get lunch. So we're going to make a sandwich real quick. Nothing fancy, just peanut butter and jelly. I'm attaching you to my 120-pound swedge block. Boop. Yes. Yes, exactly. So this is for disarticulation through the metacarpal, through the MCP, with no retention of the proximals. Oh, last sandwich. Oh, dude. That's awesome. So, extra crunchy Jiffy. On honey oat nut. And today we are doing red raspberry. I have no snacks at the shop. Someone needs to go shopping. All right, let's go back to the studio. There, you guys got a quick 360. So I have a 110 press brake. I have my plasma cutter. Actually, I'll give you a quick shop tour. So I have an OBI. I have my great big welding table. I have a super antique first edition MakerBot replicator. I have an old Semi CNC. I have a couple welding machines. I better turn that one off. Have a Lindy 304 TIG machine. I have a Miller, I don't know, 350 whatever. I have a Shinzo CNC milling machine. I have an Acrolock milling machine. I have a Bergmaster turret drill press. I have a little surface grinder. I have a little turret lathe. I have an American Turnmaster lathe. Bunch of tools. I have a Lapmaster lapping machine. I have a Dufour universal horizontal milling machine. I have a Deckel D1 tool and cutter grinder. Little surface plate with height gauges. I have an Acra tool and cutter grinder. I have a Toast Karim milling machine. I have a Harig 618 surface grinder. That's what I have in the front building. I also have a Saron. A lot of stuff. And a rotary draw tubing bender. I also have a Suzuki Samurai that I will eventually finish. I'm doing an LSJ swap into that. And then I have the studio. So this is what the studio looks like. All right, that's what I miss. I do have a 10mm spanner. It's over in the red toolboxes. All right, so let me go back and see what all I missed. I live in Oregon. Right. Well, that's just the front building. So I have another building with a pile of gravity in it too. Okay. So this one is really close to the one that I'm going to be doing as the trial. There's a couple little design things that changed, but for the most part, okay, honestly, I haven't decided if the cartoid latch is going to make it into the trial. Um, I mean, it is useful, but I don't know. It's pretty complex. So it really depends. I mean, okay, um, so there's a guy, Moises Alejandro or Umbro. He's in Mexico. He has been a Patreon sponsor since like the beginning, like since like the early beginning. Actually, I need you guys a little bit so I can see better. Okay, so he's been a Patreon sponsor for like years. Okay, and he has the same disarticulation I do. Even I think his is even the same hand, and he's like a brand ambassador for Oh Sir, and I have offered to build him a one of these, and he's like, man, I really appreciate it, but you know, not my gig. He likes his OSER eye digits, and I get it. He's put in the amount of time that it takes in order to get, his device to actually feel like his hand. And once you make that amount of commitment to something, that you're like, this is the gear that I'm going to wear and that I'm going to use. It would take a lot in order to get you to switch to something else. I mean, really. I mean, the amount of time that it takes to just be able to figure out how to pick something up without dropping it, with having, the amount of control that you need with something. I mean, it's incredible. So, yes and no. So, the difficulty with that is finding someone to produce it for you. So, if you, exactly. So, that's exactly where I was going with it. The thing is, these parts are not that heavy. If you go component to component to component, I mean, like the medials. You know, what what on this would you subtract out of it to make it lighter? Okay. Okay, but where this is a mechanical device, you can feel it's just different. So on this, when I close my hand against something, because of the resistance that you feel from the fingers, um, I end up feeling right here where the socket hits my quadrilateral bone, and then right here where the socket terminates. That's where I feel. Yes, absolutely. And, you know, because, so like one of the guys that's on, that's going to be part of the first round trials, I actually, he called me like super early. Like, I think it was within a month of him losing his hand. He's like, "Oh my gosh, I want to be part of this." Blah blah blah. And I'm like, "Okay, dude, but you are still healing. You know, you probably aren't going to be for the first round of things." And but he's got the right mindset. He's going to be the perfect person. Um, and he likes to tinker with stuff, and he's past the angry part of losing his hand. Um, so it really comes down to what the insurance is going to pay for. So if insurance is going to buy you a Myo device for $85,000, and all you got to do is come up with your deductible, for $1,000, $2,000, you're probably going to go that route. Whereas if you don't have insurance, you're going to go for the best device that you can afford. So like on this right now where I'm running the trial, OSV is subsidizing the cost of the metal components. So all you're going to be responsible for is putting it all together, or having put it all together, and then the sockets. So you're essentially getting all of the metal components for no cost. Okay, so no. And the reason is you don't want to put anything on your residual limb when your scar is still healing. Because last thing you want to do is get, keloids or stretch the scar. And you got to figure you're still dealing with a tremendous amount of swelling in your residual limb. So you need to have all of that kind of settle down and kind of become a size and shape. Okay, after it's healed, then it kind of goes to whatever your needs are. Whatever's going to suit you. Dude, I know. I'm going through chemo. I've been losing my hair for years. It sucks. So what you normally do for this is a compression sleeve first, just to get rid of all of the swelling, but without stretching any of the scar tissue. So, and then also you need to give it enough time to where the nerves are settled down. I mean, I was super fortunate. I mean, like my disarticulation, I didn't get any keloid scarring, anything. Okay, so I just bought on my cats. So I just bought a Insta360 3 Go S, the little pill size camera, and I just made Richard, the fluffy one, a collar holder for it. So hopefully he will be making his own videos from now on. So we'll see. I let him wear it for like an hour last night, and he seemed to be like super into it. So we'll see how that goes. But I mean, he seemed to be like pretty into it. He kind of got it. So we'll see. But that'll be part of the next video. I do too. I have a negative 3.05 bone density, and it sucks. So, and they couldn't do bone fusion on me because they were afraid that it would be that it would degrade the vertebrae top and bottom of that. So I did stem cell transplant. I did an autologous stem cell. And that's what multifunctional passive tools. So like the stuff that I made for Jim, if you go back and if you just search through my videos for Jim, he was born, let's see, he didn't have palms, he just had a thumb, and I think he had part of his radius bone. And oh yeah, that's awesome. So mine is C23, 10, 11, 12, 45S1. And they are garbage. And on, what am I on? Darzalex. Darzalex for like, I am like so past where Darzalex should be working. I'm like on the 70th cycle, 80th cycle. That blows. Yeah, so I do design project engineering. Basically, people bring to me Taco Bell napkins with ideas sketched on it, and then I make it into reality. So, and then this was just kind of a natural extension of it, you know. It's kind of the same machining of stuff, just doing it on a smaller scale. I don't know, Greg, the fat DJ from the Morning Buzz. Right? Oh, dude, that sucks. So how are you dealing with the, how are you doing with from the psychosis with the decks? Because that's got to be awful. So what I've made for people that have just lost their fingers, it's essentially a handband like this, and it would be like a hook, you know, to where you're just gripping against your thumb before you actually start figuring out how to do the flexion extension. So I'm a product design engineer, but without all the paperwork to it. That sucks. So are you in a clamshell? Okay, so my Suron, I'm using Hope X4 brakes to where I have the front and the rear brake on my right side. I haven't come up with a good solution for my street bike yet for the clutch, but at some point in time I would love to do that. So the first thing that I would do is I would want to start by giving them the hope that it will get better. That is the first big thing, you know, because when you are just thrust into that whole hospital thing and you're figuring out what your new normal is. I mean, like for me, I was left-handed before this. So while I was still living in hospital, I was teaching myself how to write with my right hand. You know, and I mean, I was always, pretty hopeful. I was always pretty up about it, but dude, I tell you, it was dark sometimes, just figuring out what your new normal is going to be. So, ultimately, you need to be able to figure out how to do stuff without a device, but so with this hand, which is the one that I've settled on for bringing it to market as a product, I can I thought about making a thumb clutch. I just haven't actually tried it out. And then it's the whole slipping of the clutch. It's something I'm going to have to try out. I'm going to have to get like really... Well, hopefully in 500 years, technology has come to where this looks, oh my gosh, why are they doing it that way? So with this finger design, I figured out how to where these fingers lock under load. So what you do is you say, like on the machine handles, you grab on the back side of the distal, and then the fingers don't, see the fingers, if there's load on the back side of the distal, they don't open up. So with this version of it, I figured out how to lock under load the fingers to where I can grab a hold of the handles and drive the machines without the fingers opening up, which is awesome. Oh yeah, no, well, okay, so that really can be said for really any upper limb amputation. The rate of rejection for upper body prosthetics is huge. There's something like, I think it might be 80% is a rate of rejection for upper limb prosthetics. I mean, I know that after I got my Gadgets, I hated that thing. It was garbage to me, and yet it's supposed to be the cutting edge of it. And that's really why I started designing for myself, was because there was nothing in the market that was available that was going to meet my needs, that was going to be durable enough for what I do. And then also rate of failure. If you have a device, I mean, it could be the coolest thing in the world, and it breaks when you're using it, you'll give any device probably 3 times of breaking. You'll let it fail like 3 times. And then you will never use it again. It will just be garbage to you. No, I mean, like my Digits, it's cool, but it is definitely not that cool. Right, but like say for a partial hand where it's disarticulation of the metacarpal, they don't really do a bifurcated hook for that. But yeah, like oh, what's his name that I just made? I just made that crab clamp for. So okay, so something that was never discussed about my Myo hand is that it was a blind touch, and that being when you're so focused on either doing this or this that you don't feel when the prosthetic hand closes. So the only thing you have for a point of reference is the resistance that you get from the thumb. Whereas like with this, you know, I get 3 points of contact that I can tell about how hard I'm grabbing something. And you know, where it's body powered, I can tell how much I'm grabbing a hold of something. Like, okay, say I grab a hold of this earplug. Okay? So I just barely have a hold of this. Okay? But I can grab a hold of it way harder. I mean, I can squeeze the heck out of it. Or I can just, you know, barely grab it. Whereas like with the Myo device, you don't have that type of control. I mean, I remember I was at the Oser Institute in Dublin, Ohio, and there's a Wendy's that's right around the corner from it, and that's where I had dinner. And in the restaurant, and they send you out with your brand new prosthetic hands so you can go and try real world with it. And you know, I grab my food, I grab my cup, and I'm trying to fill it in the fountain drink, and you know, you're just concentrating. Okay, don't do too much of this, but definitely don't do this to let it go. You know, because this will open it up. This will close it, and there's no real middle ground of it. Right on. Well, thank you for hanging out and watching. And I'm filling it up, and it starts squeezing it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, stop. So, you know, I immediately just, you know, and, God, it was terrible. Because, you know, you're out there. Right on. Well, thanks, sir. Thanks for coming and watching. But it was, you know, because you're out there in the wild, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is terrible. What are you doing for time? All right, 4:16. So anybody watching the Tyson thing here in a little bit? You already asked that question. No, when I figured out how to do lock under load. Totally. I like volunteer clothes. And that's just, I don't know, the volunteer clothes, you know, you can determine how hard you're grabbing a hold of something. Whereas volunteer open, then, you know, it seems like you're always working against the machine. So I think it would really depend upon the situation and what you're doing. Like Alex, the guy that I made the crab clamp for, you know, but you know, his is a rubber band bifurcated hook. Whereas like if you're doing a griper, you know, then your grip is determined, you know, by the spring or the resistance bands. So it would, I don't know what his last name is. It's the kid that works at Carl's Jr. that I go to. I made him a crab clamp that goes into his Hosmer socket there. I don't know. I did a little video on it. Right. So I could, but remember, I'm trying to, this is as simple I wanted to have the most amount of functions that I could with the most simple design that I could come up with. You know, I mean, if it was just for me, yeah, I would go back to grip pattern selectors and all the gadgetry. But that's not something that's going to be able to be put together and then maintained by somebody else. You know, so this is about as simple of a device with the grip patterns and display and all of that junk that I can come up with. You know. But yeah, I mean, I could always add stuff, but then the other side of adding stuff is okay, so the reason is because I'm trying to figure out all of the issues that I'm going to come up with for devices that I'm trying to put out on the market. I'm decently hard on, the device. So I figure if it'll last with what I put through it, then, whatever somebody else is going to be putting through it is, going to be able to do it. That it's going to last for them. Whereas if I was just, letting the market test it, I don't think that's responsible. So, yeah, no, the reason why I'm not doing a just for me is so I can, test and make sure whatever I'm designing is, is what I want it to be. I mean, eventually, once I get this to be a product, something that's out there, I might go back to making a for me version. Okay, so like for what? I mean, how would you? So like there was a company out of I think Switzerland that tried hydraulics, but the problem with hydraulics is like the valving and the pump and the hoses, and then the hydraulic system's always leaking a little bit. Um, there's all kinds of points of maintenance on it. Um, and servo systems and all of that is determined by the speed and the amps and the voltage that you're running through it. Thanks. I don't remember. They only made like a couple of them. They only it was in the UK, I think, was the hydraulic hand. But I don't think they ever brought it to market. I think they were having reliability issues. Okay, I'm using PVO for the inner cores. And then I got this material from a company called Recreus. They're out of Spain. Um, it's like it's like the color fab, but it doesn't foam the same, but it has a super high coefficient of friction. And that's what I'm experimenting now with. And then they sent me a bunch of samples for like conductive filament and just some super squishy stuff. So I'll make some videos on that pretty soon. There's some place in the UK with the hydraulics. Thanks. Whatever, Brian. Are you ever going to show up at the shop, by the way? So B. Ray actually knows me. He's been to the shop. Right? He was supposed to come by the shop probably about 3 weeks ago. Maybe a month ago he was supposed to come by. But didn't. No call, no show. That is unfortunate, dude. Let me see. Let me see if I can find something. I think I just found them under like a hydraulic prosthetics. Ah, Firefox is updating. It's thinking about it. Oh, no. I think that is what it is. I think it is HY5. Good job. Yeah. But the issue they were having was not only the pump, but okay, so a million years ago, going along with the hydraulics, because I was infatuated with the hydraulics for about 2 seconds there. I came up with a valving and pump setup that actuated off of the wrist motion. So it had a clutch bearing and a ratchet and pawl in the wrist. So as you would cycle the hand, it had a spring with a hydraulic reservoir. So the spring was always pushing on the hydraulic fluid, and you would pump the hand up to where, it would close the distance in the spring. And then you would have, I was doing servomechanical valves on, for the valving on the fingers. And it would be like so that was back when I was doing the EEG sensors, to where you'd boop like that, and then it would let the hydraulic fluid close, and then that's what will close the fingers. So it was a hybrid hydraulic mechanical, but it had an electrical component to it. And dude, it was so over complex. I mean, it was way more complex than what it needed to be. But, I could never get it to be super reliable. Hydraulics, because you always had to do so I was using mountain bike disc brake hose for the connectors and the high pressure fittings. And then I just made all of the hydraulic stuff. And it just wasn't reliable. It just wasn't reliable enough for everyday use. It was okay for little gadgetry stuff, but not for like everyday type stuff. Aw, well, thanks for coming and watching and hanging out. Appreciate that. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Sometimes it is tough. It is tough out there. So it um right now I'm right now I got two different ways. I have I have a bunch of clinicians that have said that if my people run into issues that they'd be happy to help them out. Um, but really I'm planning on everybody doing vacuum resin composites with the food sealer and like some total boat and toddler socks, that type of thing. Doing the plaster cast and vacuum with molds, with forging molds. That's how I'm figuring everybody's going to be making their sockets. Um, so really it comes down to budget from there. I mean, I can make somebody anything, but I mean, if you were to actually figure out the amount of time and money that I have in this device, I mean, it would be stupid dollars. I'm doing it to, basically make good use of my bonus time. And so, why? So, um, like during COVID, early COVID, um, I interviewed with Oh Sir a bunch of times, and Hugh Gill, who was the director of R&D for Oh Sir, he was like, "Well, if you come up with a body powered device that has, grip patterns and splay and all that, and you make it into a product, we will back your product and we will bring it into clinic." So I did. I developed a thing, and it looked like it was actually going to be a thing. And then the accountants and attorneys got involved in it. And then they determined that there wasn't enough return on investment for them to make the couple $1 million investment in it. And then they're like, well, if you design, develop it, bring it to market, do a test study to see if it's viable, in the market, then we'll back you. And I'm like, well, at that point, why would I bring you along in this journey anyways? So that's kind of where I am now. I'm just like, well, I'll just do it as a DIY and go outside the system completely. It all depends on where you're standing as to just how smart you are. I don't know. Um, it would really depend if they had the same values and ideas as where I'm going with it. Because I mean, really, if you don't have insurance, you're kind of really SOL. And that's not the way that it should be. I mean, sure, free prosthetics isn't a viable thing, but you know, there shouldn't be the medical markup, the absolutely stupid medical markup that's going on. I mean, none of that should be happening. I mean, sure, everybody needs to make money, but the amount of money that is being harvested through, through insurance and all that is just absolutely insane. So, I mean, it's like, I mean, I've built gadgets for people. I mean, like Mark and his golf hands, I've built those for a couple other people. And, it has like totally turned their world around a lot of the times. And I love that. And, you know, I would like to be able to do that for more people without worrying about the money and that type of thing. So, you know, that's the big thing, is just the money. So, okay, so you say that. Oh, sir, Arm Dynamics and not Open Bionics, oh, sir, Autobach. This last year, because of, what is it, Limitless Solutions? They're the ones that are doing the 3D printed arms that are transradial arms. They were doing, so they're doing a direct consumer market. And I love the idea of that, to where it's not a clinician or anything. And Sir and Autobach actually got a law passed to where it is illegal to supply a completed prosthetic device direct to consumer without involving a prosthetist or a clinician. And I look at that, and that type of thing ought to be illegal, because they're just trying to market fix at that point. So it is. But that's another reason why I can't provide fully completed devices. It's because then I'm running afoul of that law, aside from, and if you're going to do things illegal, only do one illegal thing at a time. Yes, absolutely. Well, because, okay, so if I can sell this for 20 grand and they would sell it for 100 grand, they're looking at it as though they're losing $80,000 for every time I sell one. So geometry. I mean, geometry is important, but as far as like calculus, your CAD program will do most all of that figuring for you. It's right, totally. Your CAD will figure out a lot of your calculus and stuff for you. So, being able to visualize stuff, 3D printers have really come a long way for, being able to prototype stuff, but they're not there for making a durable real world type things. So the fingers are mag aluminum out of PCB way. The winder is 70 series. The Gaffney is all 60 series. Math it's just a thing that happens. It's more about being creative and seeing your designs. So in the hospital, you're just trying to figure out what your new normal is. I mean, that's the big thing, is just figuring out what your new normal is. What are you, so like for me, I went from, able-bodied, two-handed, product design engineer, to now I have lost, one of my paws. What am I going to do? Am I going to be able to go back to doing what I was doing? you know, what does this look like going forward? And I don't know. I've seen the movies and it never goes right when you start regrowing limbs. You'll end up with, 12 fingers and 6 eyes, and, you'll start, trying to take over the world or something like that. There's just no good that comes, down that road. Or at least I haven't seen anything great coming down that road. I am live. I've been live for like 2.5 hours now. Dude, that's awesome. I appreciate that. You're my number one gifter. So I just did everything with my right hand while I was figuring out how to write and how to figure things out. But I mean, fun fact, I had my family actually brought up one of my 3D printers so I could start designing stuff for my gear, for what I thought I would be needing. And that's really, a zillion years ago, do you remember that it was a push to lock, twist to unlock thing? That's really where that came from, was awesome. Thank you, Water. I appreciate that. Awesome. So, but that's where that push to lock, twist to unlock thing really came from, was my time in the hospital originally. I just needed to start designing something. And I mean, it worked out good. It was, I don't know, it kept me sane during that time. Right? That was a long time ago. Yeah, that project was a long time ago. I was so afraid that I was going to get demonetized in a strike during that, because I was, showing you guys how to make a weapon. That's when YouTube was being like super twisty about that type of thing. Right. Well, do you remember Alex Lab? He ended up getting demonetized over that when he made that, I think it was like a Nerf gun, and he ended up getting demonetized out of it. It was awful. So about the medically certified, as soon as you get that certificate, then you have to carry different insurances, and that insurance is forever as long as you're practicing. So whereas right now I'm just a machinist, so the amount of E&O insurance that I have to carry is like not even in the same world. Where if I was a prosthetist, there's a pile of insurance that I would have to cover. So no, I think I would just stay being a machinist. Right? Being able to lock and unlock, the fingers, that was a huge thing. Yeah. Well, and then you remember the one system that I had, it was super, I did it by varying the springs to where it would close like that. I loved that setup, but it was so susceptible to dirt. If it just started getting just a little bit dirty, it would start binding. It was super pretty, and it was, and then also like my old hands. Every so often I'll put one of my old, like the 156 hand on, and sure, it's kind of clunky, and I don't like this about it, but I love the sound that they make, the clickety clickety clickety. Oh my gosh, I love that part of it. Yeah. Right, right. Because they had the pair of plates with the spring in between them, and you could laterally bend them. But it was the noise that I loved about them. Because it was just perfect. Yeah. I mean, it still makes noise, but it's not the same. I do. Yes, I do. Oh yeah. No, I get um like when I go to lunch, I'll get stopped all the time, with people with just, I don't know, on the surface they're stupid questions, but I mean, I would rather them stop and ask me, the questions as opposed to just, stare and point and that type of thing. I do not have a book. I don't know. It's okay. I What's really funny is when I get recognized out in the wild, I have to run through this scenario of, do I know you? Do I know you in real life, or do you know me from YouTube, TikTok, Instagram? Is it like, do I really know you, or is it that you know me? I have to run that through all the time. Well, if it's people that recognize me from YouTube, it's, oh my gosh, I love your work. I can't believe, you're here, wherever here is. And that's pretty awesome. It's something different. So, like when I go to Open Source down in the Bay Area, it is awesome. Like it's 3 days of just meeting everybody that watches my videos. So I am in Oregon. So like open source, maker fair, that type of thing. I absolutely love meeting the people. And then it's like, oh my gosh, I decided to become an engineer because of you, and all of that type of junk. Um, I don't know. I mean, people are people. I mean, I get stopped a bunch with, oh my gosh, your hand is so cool. And I'm like, well, thanks. Blah, blah, blah. And then it's, my uncle's cousin's brother, whatever, was an amputee, da la la. And it's like, that's cool. And it's, oh, have you ever thought of bleh? And it's like, yeah, I got a video on it. Watch this video. Just regular metallurgy type stuff. Oh, no way. Um, they look at it and go, that is super complex. I can't believe that you've made that. Or, so in the valley, I am I am one of the better engineers in the valley. I am I am the engineer that people take, the odd and, different types of projects to. And, so it's kind of expected that I would come up with something like this, which is cool. Well, I'm not the best. I mean, there's always somebody better, but I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I have. Oh, whatever, man. I do not. I do not light up. Never liked it. So the thing about this is, as I was designing it, I would get a little bit further, I'd put it on, I'd try it out. So all the time that I was designing it, I was able to see what it was going to do. So yeah. So pardon the pun, it came to hand very easily because I already knew what it was going to be. Okay, so if you look at this block, so the motion of it is from the zero plane down, locks and unlocks the cartoid latch. So you close the hand. If you want to have the fingers closed, you close the hand first, and then you click it down, and then that leaves the ring and pinky in the closed position. And then you click it again. That unlocks the fingers. And then if you want to lock the ring and pinky in the open position, you click it with it open. So, and that's how that works. So I used to be able to do individual fingers, but not with this one that I'm going to be bringing to market. Right. Oh, it is. No, there is so much going on in this. Yeah, so right now I'm doing a device trial. I'm going to be doing, when I went to Europe, I got some money, and that's going to fund a bunch of hands for other people. Well, I can, but I haven't got my gold play button yet. And that's always been the deal. You get me my gold play button, I will flip you off. It's always been the deal. We're halfway there. We just need another 500,000 people. Cancer, buddy. Terminal cancer. Yeah, multiple myeloma. It's a hematological that eats your skeleton. So it was actually O'Shaughnessy Venture Group. They're out of, where are they out of? Connecticut. I found out about the grant application when I was in Europe and was invited to apply for it, and came back home, and What, create more stories about the grant? No, I actually showed my grant interview page on my last video. Someone didn't watch my last video. I can tell. All right. We got to take a little walk. We're going to walk through the shop real quick. You think I'm going to close the door because it is getting cold here. It is so cold. Oh my gosh. So cold. Oh my gosh. The cow does not want to close. All right. One door. Oh my gosh. Hold up, I can't read it. Hello again. Oh, 5 minutes. So what do you think? I mean, Tyson better win. Tyson better win. So it's the Tyson and Jake Paul, I think. It's one of those guys. It's on Netflix. It's streaming on Netflix. Oh, okay, Logan Paul. It was one of them. I mean, I think they're all the same, kind of. Okay, Jake. I don't know. It's one of them. I think he's going to get his ass beat, is what I think. All right, I'm going to grab my other phone so we can all watch this together. Oh my gosh. All right, got my other phone. All right. Plug you guys back in. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna close the studio door. Oh, it is so cold here. So cold. Okay. It's like pretty soon in it. It's like in a couple minutes. Oh, I don't have Netflix on this phone. I only have Netflix on that phone. Dang it. Yeah, I bet it'll be on YouTube in like no seconds. Heck yeah. No, totally. I mean, fine. I mean, to like, well, I don't imagine you're going to have much that you're going to be describing. I mean, I imagine it's going to be, oh, Tyson hit him and he smashed the ground. That's it. End of story. Okay, but somebody's watching it, right? I mean, somebody is watching it, right? Is anybody watching it? I mean, it should be just starting now. Do I really not have Netflix on this phone? Holy cow. Oh, let's see if it goes to my account, though. I have Netflix. Oh. I just didn't have the icon for Netflix. Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Oh. I have to update my Netflix app. Oh, so dumb. So dumb. Okay, so um uh, that was back when I was doing the myomechanical thing. Right on. Well, stop by the shop or give me a call when you get a chance. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so I was doing myomechanical. So I was using the set EEG sensors on the intercostal muscles between the metacarpals. And I was using 3 sets of sensors, and then by voxing those signals like 1, 2, and 3, and then 1 and 2, and then 1 and 3, and then 2 and 1, 2 and 3. and then 3-in-1, depending on how you triggered them, that would give me the different grip patterns. Oh, highly anticipated.
2 years ago in a sold-out Madison Square Garden, Katie Taylor won a split decision over Amanda the Real Deal Serrano, and tonight, with the entire world watching, they meet again. This time for the undisputed Super
Right? Oh my God! I mean, the thing is, I mean, it could go bad. You know, and I'm not a big boxing guy anyways, but I mean, this is just something that's just like, oh my gosh. Because I mean, the thing is, it's almost gone on too long, this whole, you know, I don't know, the whole boxing thing is just, it's almost gone on too long. So I've actually been to this stadium. We did, we had Super Bowl at one of these, at this stadium. This is the AT&T Dome in Arlington, Texas. The halftime show was Black Eyed Peas. It was awesome. That was back when Super Bowl was fun. Yeah. Okay, so what I was doing with the Myoemechanical, I was using the Myoelectrics to do the individual selection for the grip patterns. So like which fingers would be locked and unlocked. And I was using these just super tiny servo motors. And I was just using them to either lock or unlock a ratchet and pawl on the side of, well, this is when I was running a tandem drive up here. So it had a tiny little clutch bearing on it. And so the little servo motor would either click, engage the ratchet, or disengage the ratchet. So if it engaged it, then that would hold the finger closed or hold the finger open. And then the mechanical portion of it would be, if, you know, you'd still do flexion extension, but if the finger was locked in the open position, you know, it would give you it would give you the grip patterns, but backwards. So you're either keeping it from moving, or once it's moved to its closed position, then it wouldn't open back up. So like, say if you were going to lock the index, middle, and ring, you know, you'd trigger this one, trigger that one, whatever the pattern is. And then the catches for the ratchet would close against the pawls. And then when you closed the hand, then these three would be on the clutch bearings. And then when you opened the hand back up, only the finger that wasn't locked would open back up. And then that would give you your individual finger control. And then from there, I went with, it was a ring of sensors. It was some Bluetooth controller that then I was using it was some Raspberry Pi. The tiny Raspberry Pi. And I was doing that with a Bluetooth connection into that. And, you know, the thing I didn't like about it was just the batteries. The batteries and the electronics of it just were the downfall of that entire part of the project. Oh. And that's exactly how I feel. Honored to be a part of this dream team, and what a thrill to get to talk to the fighters after their fights and in the locker room before they make that walk. It's the best assignment in broadcast journalism, and I can't wait to kick things off. Okay? Is everybody still here? Or are we watching the Tyson thing? Me too.
All right, Kate, well, thank you very much. And yeah, like this event, the broadcast team blurs the lines of pop culture
Oh.
and sports. And
Um.
if you're looking around the cavernous stadium,
Okay, the UK is pretty cool, but
putting the real
from
insight
what
on
I
things,
hear from my friends that live in the UK, getting
Prosthetic
parts and getting just stuff sucks. Like, um, I've got this friend Sam that he's a mechanic builder or whatever type of person, and he's always bitching about getting parts, getting like servo drives. You just can't get that stuff, and then when you do, sure, it's cheaper in a way, but then you got VAT and then all of this other junk. Whereas in the US, we don't have the VAT. And like in Oregon, where I am, we don't have sales tax. So it's, you know, that's the best part about it. So, um, I don't know.
representing Brooklyn well. What intrigues you most about the main event? It doesn't have to do with your fellow Brooklyn native Mike Tyson.
Oh, it sure does. It's all about Mike Tyson, and
Aw,
for me.
I appreciate that.
I can't
That's awesome.
still alive. All the trials and
Well, sorry you're having a tough day.
It is like
That sucks.
seeing Mike 2.0, and I am so excited for him.
I don't know. I don't know if I could box with it. I would.
Madison Square Garden 2 years ago.
I mean,
Katie Taylor,
I suppose you could,
two warriors,
but
Mike Hector and
I don't know. I think they would hurt.
first female main event at the World's
I mean, I just think it would hurt with the prosthetic on there. I mean, it fits good, but I think it would hurt.
title tonight. She puts the undisputed 140-pound crown on in the rematch. Serrano, a Guinness World Record holder. She's the first female to win titles in 7 divisions, including 140. She's a unified featherweight champion.
So what do you think? Tyson or Paul?
Encore, Rosie.
Well, I'm hoping for a fair decision because I honestly thought that Amanda Serrano won that fight just by a slim margin. I would have been even happier with a draw. That said, I think that Amanda cannot let her foot off the gas. She did so around in the 5th round in their first
Right. I hope so. I just hope so. And that's terrible to say.
And you know what? Katie Taylor's got to throw a lot more punches too in the earlier rounds.
I mean, that is just terrible to say.
Female boxing match ever, period, full stop.
No, it is not a good business, or at least hasn't been for me. I make way more being a machinist than a prosthetic, than what I'm doing, because I'm not a prosthetist. I'm not a prosthetist. I was informed I say it wrong. So I'm not a prosthetist. I'm not a clinician. I'm just a machinist that gets it. I know a few clinicians, and they say that they do pretty good, but they're under a lot of regulation, really. Um, where me just being, a machinist that gets it, I'm just Wild Westing it out here. But I mean, I do pretty good as a machinist, or at least, on and off. I don't know, because like the NHS and all that stuff, it would really depend upon how the subsidy of the NHS is. I've heard good and bad things about it. I mean, right now I'm working with a guy in Calgary, Alberta, trying to do something with him for a hand. And we're having to go private for the funding because the NHS isn't there for it. They aren't willing to pay any money. So I've been up in that in the big screen in Dallas. There's a star on top of the roof of that. That was one of my. I think that was one of my favorite Super Bowls. I have pictures from on top of the roof on that one too. Although Jerry Jones was a complete asshole. Every day, we would have a leaders meeting, and it was, you know, remember you were in the house that Jerry built. Right on. Well, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate you coming and hanging out for my live. That's awesome.
The Dallas Cowboys
I don't know. So the problem. Okay, so like the problem.
ready to get thunderstruck in
Um.
the ring tonight. The Lone Star State is
So the problem in the U.S. for prosthetics is if a device is a myoelectric or a computerized thing, Medicare, which sets the prices for everything, doesn't have a problem spending or reimbursing, subsidizing a device for $100,000. Where if it's a mechanical device, they only want to subsidize like $15,000. So like a bifurcated hook or a cable system device. And unfortunately, where mine is mechanical without any electronics, they only want to subsidize 15,000, and that's with a clinician. Because remember, all Medicare has to be run through a clinic. So I mean, then you have all the medical markup and all of that junk. So that part of
65 pounds, and let's bring in our rules expert and unofficial scorer, Sean Grilla. We are under the unified rules of boxing as being administered this evening by the Texas Commission. There is no 3
right.
Only the referee can stop the fight. A fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. If an accidental foul ends the fight, 4 rounds must be completed to consider it official.
I don't know. I think it's going to be a blowout, honestly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome
I'm surprised that he got his weight down to 228. I mean, I don't know if you saw the pictures of him the other day, but he looks like a monster.
versus Mike Tyson. We begin our card tonight in the super middleweight division. Introducing first, fighting in the red corner. Please welcome Wenderson Nunez. Lil Wenderson Nunez. He's been training with
Right.
UFC light heavyweight champion Alex Pereira, one of the greats.
Yeah, 228. No, 228 pounds. So 100 and... Oh, what would that be? What is it? 2.2 kilograms to the pound?
Look at this multi-hyphenate. Hey, he just started focusing on boxing 3 years ago, but is already turning heads and again drawing a huge fan base in his native Brazil. And I talked about him being a multi-hyphenate. He's going to give Rosie Perez a run for his money here. Content creator, actor, musician, comedian. Check this out. 100
So 102 kilograms.
social media followers.
Yeah, so 102 kilograms.
In the digital age, now looking to dominate on the boxing stage, his Netflix comedy special debuted in 2019. So I guess you could say Wenderson Nunez puts the punch in punchline. And his opponent
I don't know, man.
in the blue corner, please welcome Niraj Goya.
They are making so much money off of this. I mean, it is stupid dollars that they're making on this.
Countries on Earth, India has a decorated amateur system, but what a night, what an opportunity for both fighters making history. The first boxers to walk out at AT&T
So anybody want to talk? Anybody want to know anything about the K2? Because I recently got one of those, and I was asked to print. I made stormtroopers. Yeah, so I printed them on my bamboo. I printed them on the K2 and the K1. They turned out pretty okay. It's about the same. I don't know. I'll do a video on it coming up. So so I'm doing it in flexion, but it's the adduction that nobody's using. Like Joel's device at Open Bionics, he's only doing flexion extension. He isn't doing anything with adduction, which I'm surprised. I talked to his design team about that, and that they aren't doing anything with supination, pronation, which I'm surprised. I mean, it's another axis of control. Oh yeah. What printer did you get? Oh yeah. Right. So it's frustrating too, because like when I met with the guys at OSER, they're just like, yeah, there's just no incentive on there's no incentive for investment. It's just they're like, there's no return on investment for us. And it's like, oh. So how do you like your Cobra Neo? What do you think? Going to be an hour before the real fight? Oh, that's cool. Self-leveling's pretty cool. Well, so the thing is, they already have the insurance codes for their devices. So, each time they apply for new billing codes, I mean, it's like $500,000 to get it through insurance and all of that. So they got to look at the initial investment of, developing the device and then getting it through the FDA and all of the study and all of that junk. And then they have to get billing codes for it. I mean, and then, say if you're going to market it outside of the US, then you need, NHS billing codes and then, Canadian billing codes and wherever else. I mean, it's the medical insurance, industry is rough, just rough. I mean, I think that's as much as I can say on it. It's just ew. Yeah, I know. It's going to be like forever. Billing codes. So the codes that you would submit to the insurance companies for reimbursement through the clinic. So there's only very specific codes that you can use for prosthetics. Being either mechanical or myoelectric or body powered or whatever. And there's no real billing codes for what I'm doing. Chris from Point Designs, he was actually using my type of stuff, uh, my gear, my story, as kind of a documented reason for the necessity to rework the billing codes for Medicare and insurance as a whole. So I guess I'm doing some good in that, that my story is getting out there. Oh, totally. Totally. It is all about profits. It is not about, the uh, restoring whatever to the patient. It's about money. I mean, I don't know, that is super super frustrating, really. That it is just all about money. Ow. Ow. Yeah, that's a quick round. I take it everybody's watching the fight, and that's why we're being so quiet. All right, I gotta get some drink. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, guys. All right. All right. What? What'd I miss? Oh, totally. Tyson all the way. Tyson all the way on that. So I'm working on a new forearm cuff that rather than the straps just happening, it's going to be kind of a test lacing, like an ISO grid on the bottom, and then on the side right here. And then the strap will start over here, and it'll actually be my watch that goes from here and then attach to here. So that'll be pretty cool. Well, I'm kind of trying to disrupt the industry as it is. You gotta figure, nobody's gonna be super happy that I'm putting these things out. So, and I'm trying to do something with, there's a physician up at OHSU, Albert Chi. He was the guy that kind of came up with the nerve reinnervation surgery, where they take the nerve ganglion and then they splay it underneath the surface of the skin. And then that's how they're doing the proprioception. You know, they just take the whole nerve bundle and then just spread it out underneath the skin. And that's how they're doing like the Myo Ring or the Myo Plus from Autobach. So you end up having like 8 sensors going all the way around your arm. And then like what I was talking about for the myomechanical, where it voxes, where it takes like 3 sensors have to be hot. So like 1, 3, and 4 are one thing, and then like 2, 4, and 8 would be another output. But then what they're doing is within the socket, they end up putting little haptic motors embedded within the socket. And since you have your sense of touch, you know, so after they splay the nerve bundle in your arm, then they go and map that out, and then they put the vibrator sensors into the cuff part of your socket. So then when you touch here, you'll feel it here, but in your mental finger, it'll be about in the right spot. And that's like super innovative. Well, I've been trying to do stuff with Albert Chi for like a couple years. And I don't know, we'll see. You know, it's finding the right patient for this. You know, because this is not going to be for everyone. So, oh. Man. So coming up in December, one of my trial participants is actually going to be coming here to my shop, and it's going to be neat. It's going to be super neat. I've been trying to work with him for probably about 2 years now, trying to get him healed up enough so I can build him a hand. So, I don't know. We'll see. There's cinnamon twists from yesterday's lunch. I usually get the $7 box. Oh, where are you? Oh, no way. I've got some friends in India. God, it's got to be like early for you there, isn't it? Indiana, I had a client in Indiana, and I had a client in Gary, and then in Elkhorn. I used to be there all the time. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, are you going to school at Purdue? Are you in school at Purdue now? That's awesome. What are you going to be? That's awesome. So what are you going to be? What are you studying? Awesome. That's so cool. I was gonna, I don't know, a million years ago, I this was like what, 96? Um, it was 95. I was gonna go to work for Lockheed Martin down in Sunnyvale, California at, well, it's their Skunk Works division. It's their prototype design engineering thing. And I don't know, I sometimes wonder if I made the right decision not doing that. Just because the deal with that was if you went to work with them, they owned you for like 50 years after your contract ended. And it was okay money, but you had to live on campus. And I don't know, you get to work on some awful cool stuff, but they own you. And I always just had a problem with that. So, I don't know. But I've been self-employed for like 30 years now, so I don't know if I would change anything. My pinky finger's a little draggy. I need to take that apart. They are. No, the thing is, and then like my biggest fear about that is, okay, say you sign on with Lockheed, okay, instead of like Raytheon or Martin, um, and then Lockheed doesn't get the contract, and you have prior artwork knowledge. What are you supposed to do for the next 4 years, where you know where you don't have the contract and you don't have the work? So I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I was working on some microwave stuff, and then also I have some clients that are alternative energy type stuff. Um, Inductive fields, cymatics, um, kind of some microwave technology, ultrasonic, that type of thing. And I don't know, I think private sector is so much the better way to go on that rather than going into the DARPA, into the DARPA sector. Although, um, if I could get picked up at like John Hopkins, because John Hopkins is doing a hand. It's the MPL, modular prosthetic limb, and that's a pretty neat thing, right? Oh, dude, and So I have friends that actually signed the contract, and it was like, oh yeah, best thing ever. And then, you talk to them a couple years after they're out, and then it's like, was it really worth it? And they're like, ooh, no, now, not now that I know what I was actually building. Because I mean, when they really figure out what they're building, then it's like, ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't do it. I just could not do it. Right. I don't know. I mean, so there's a guy at MIT that I've been trying to. We were talking about, like, so in the middle '90s. I got the nod to go down to work for Lockheed Martin at Skunk Works in Sunnyvale, but I had to live on campus, and it was like a 6-year contract, and then they own you forever afterwards. And um I don't know, every so often I think about it, whether or not I made the right decision to not go and to do the private sector thing. But I mean, you get to work on such cool stuff. But they own you forever. You are literally selling your professional soul. Yes, this is my prosthetic hand. I designed and developed it. There are many videos on my channel showcasing it and how I've done it. This is like my, gosh, what, 16th or 17th device. And I'm starting my device trial. Right now I have. So when you work for like Skunkworks or any of the design development, you sign contracts where all your prior artwork knowledge is basically owned by them. Anything you design, anything you come up with, be it on your time or their time. Say if you come up with this widget and you're going to market it, you're going to develop it and market it and sell it. You have to run it by their head departments in order to get the nod because of all the stuff that you work on. Oh, I didn't sign up for Lockheed. That was in the middle '90s. Um, I don't know. At the time I thought it was a good. I had a friend that he actually retired on it. He was part of the Javelin missile system, and he made a bunch of money. But you know what I mean. And he retired as a director, but I don't know. I mean, it's like I have a friend, Glenn. He worked for NASA as a NASA engineer, and he was one of those backroom guys. And then he figured out what he was actually building, and it changed him. It changed him so much, because he really found out what he was doing, and it's like, oh my gosh, they're using what I designed to kill people, and it's like, man, I couldn't do it. I mean, even like this, I mean, I'm on bonus time, so I'm looking at this as, what a better way to spend my bonus time than trying to help and improve other people's lives. And right on. Well, good night, Brazil. I appreciate you coming by. Yes. It was NASA, Glenn. Well, probably wasn't, the Glenn that you're thinking of, unless it was Glenn Severson, and then it's the Glenn you're thinking of. And my friend Ron was the one that worked at Lockheed Martin. I don't know. I think I made the right decision just going private. Just doing design engineering stuff. It's been good. I mean, like, I own my shop. I own all the equipment. So, I think it's pretty good. It is going to take forever to get to the main event fight on this. Just like, oh my gosh. Right? Okay, so for everybody that asks about the patents, so I've already gone down the patent route once. I designed and developed it was a transmission that you can go from 1-to-1 forward to stop to 1-to-1 reverse without changing your input speed, direction, or torque curve. So like if you have an engine, either ICE or electrical motor, that say it had its greatest efficiency at like 5,000 RPM, okay? You could go from zero, like not moving forward or backwards, to 5,000 RPM clockwise, to back to zero, to 5,000 RPM counterclockwise, without changing your speed or direction. Yeah, I don't care if you're gay. Good for you. Right, without changing your input speed or direction. So I actually went through the entire process of getting it patented and all of that junk. And it got stolen. The design for the device got stolen. And, well, thank you. And, the problem was I was so married to that whole thing that I just couldn't get over it, because you put so much time, effort, and then it was like so much money, and I didn't have hardly any money for that, for doing it, because it was one of those things, that was back when I believed in patents, and it's like, oh, I got this great idea, I'm going to patent it, and then I'm going to be able to license it and sell it, and, a great big company came in, and they started using it, and I didn't have the money to sue them, and then by not defending my patent, I essentially invalidated my patent. And, and the thing is, I didn't have the money to take them, and the thing is, even if I had $100,000 to go lawyer up and all that, the thing is, they would tie it up in the courts for essentially ever, and then I would be out of money. So, at that point, it just became, bad money chasing good money. And ever since then, I tell you, I really lost it about, the patent system, because there's no patent police that are going to be out there that are protecting your interest. It's all about who has the most amount of money. And it's like with this, okay? Someone changes it from imperial fasteners to metric fasteners. Okay? So that changes the patent. It's a different device. You change the pin size. Rather than it being, a 93 thousandths pin, you make it a 100 thousandths pin. And then rather than, a 2 millimeter circlip, you make it a 2.5 millimeter circlip. You change the material. Okay, rather than mag aluminum, you make them out of magnesium or all out of aluminum. It's a completely different thing by patent rules. All you got to do is you got to change it, 10%. Well, what's 10% on this? And then it goes down to a judge's ruling. So, if your judge, is bought off or even just doesn't see it for you, not only did you pay for suing somebody, and all of the litigation and all of that. So that's exactly what I'm doing. So I am going just. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, and the thing is, if you go and you patent it, you have to give detailed technical drawings of exactly what you're doing. So you're telling them everything that you're doing. So, you're giving them all of your engineering. You're telling them all the trade secrets of what you're doing. Right. Well, I mean, it's like, it's like Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola isn't patented, because they don't want to tell anybody how they're doing it. Hold on, I got to text somebody that's calling me. So, it's a real hard thing. I mean, it does, but, then how do you deal with it for internationally? I mean, so say I patented it in the US, okay, and that cost me $80,000, say. So then if you're going to go with an international patent, then that's, a pile more money. And then, okay, say somebody in the UK goes and infringes on your patent, while at the same time somebody in the Ukraine does, and the same time somebody does in Asia or whatever. Now you have to enter into 3 different lawsuits at probably the same time just to protect your investment. I mean, and then the same thing, if you don't patent it internationally, then say someone in China, Asia, India, wherever, copies your thing, you have no protection, and remember, there's no patent police. You have to discover that they're infringing on you, and then you have to litigate. And then, even after that, you're only entitled to a percentage of what they consider profit. So say they sold 100 of these, and out of each one there was, say, $1,000 worth of profit, because that's about what I'm making, is about $1,000 for each one. You're only entitled to a percentage of that $1,000. So you may get 40% of it or 30% of it. So you just went and spent, say, $100,000 on a lawsuit, and now you're only going to recoup, say, $30,000. I mean, it's a losing battle, and it just, I really think on something like this, the best thing to do is just first to market, and just own that space. I mean, like if you look at the prosthetics part of YouTube, you type in partial hand prosthetics, it is going to be my name, my videos that predominantly show up. I mean, of creators in this sector, I mean, I have over 500,000 subs, which I think Oh Sir doesn't have that. Oh, I mean, let me go look real quick. Let's see how many subs Oh Sir has. Okay, so Oh Sir, right, 33,000 subs. Okay, and they're a $1 billion company. Whereas Ian Davis has 500,000 subs. So let's look at Autobot too. $37,000 subs. Right? Well, I think what they love is the underdog story. Somebody that is just out there trying to bootstrap it up, and improve their life. And then after they figure it out themselves, now they're trying to go out and improve the lives of others. I mean, it's a good story. But I mean, it's more than a story. I mean, it's actually who I am and what I'm trying to do. The thing is, if you met me like in real life, I really am, who I portray on YouTube. Right? No, I mean, I am, I am the guy that's always in the shop, always making something. And, if you come to me with a need, you know what? I'm gonna help you. That's just who I am. And, right? Oh, that was so stupid. That was such a stupid project. I had so much time in that project. Oh my gosh. I probably had 100. Is there a robot hand? Like what? Like what type of robot hand? Like this? I mean, this is a mechanical hand. It's not a robot hand, but... I don't know. It's a little bit draggy tonight. I don't know what I did. This really is a good device. I've been using this one for what? Like 7 months now? And I think I've cleaned it like twice. So, so what I loved about this one was actually the watch. I loved having the watch on this one. And I missed that about this. So I'm redesigning the forearm cuff to where this strap would actually be the strap to my watch, you know, to where it's like this, and then it would just attach to there. So that's something that I'm working on now for me, you know, and it's going to get rid of all of this right here. So the forearm cuff will only be from like right here down. So it'll only be this section, you know, and then it'll go forward. And then it'll come up like right about here. But I think that's going to be pretty cool. And I'm going to try to do that out of, what is it? PPVCF. It's supposed to be like super, super strong. Although there's a material from Polymaker that, oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay, so it's not all together, but here it is. So a electric grinder would mount right here, and I had it set up to where it would go forwards and reverse. And this was the gear track that this would ride into. And what it would do is it would go one direction, and the blade would extend out. And then when there's a track right here, and what that would do is it would engage and disengage this little clutch. And then when it would go the other direction, the chainsaw would, you know, the chain on the chainsaw would go around. And all of this was mounted using that little bracket, and all of that would mount right here on your forearm. So if you look up on my channel chainsaw or chainsaw arm or chainsaw hand or chainsaw attachment or something, you'll see it. And I mean, I clip it on, and you know, all the time I'm going, oh my gosh, this is so stupid, you know, blah blah blah. But I mean, I had so much time involved in that one. Oh my gosh. You know, and I don't know. It was No, I use an out the front as my daily carry. I also have something else that I daily carry, but I can't show that on YouTube. Oh yeah, no, I have the drill too. I'll go put this back and I'll go get the drill. Yes, so I do. Hold on a second. All right. So you either click the trigger towards you or away from you, and that goes forward or reverse. And then you could take this and put it at different angles, depending on what you're doing. And then at one time I had a strip of magnets right here that you put all your screws on. So pretty cool. I mean, it was a neat idea, but so the suck thing is when I first came up with the idea, I propped it to Milwaukee to see if they wanted to sponsor the build. Okay? And the guy was like, oh yeah, no, Milwaukee is going to be 100% backing you. You just let us know what you need. Okay? So, but they wouldn't front anything for me. I had to go out and buy, so I went and bought the drill and impact kit. The 2 batteries and a charger and a drill and an impact. Okay? And then I chopped it up and, I was supposed to send it in for reimbursement. So this is my impact driver. So, and then you go forward and reverse just by in and out. So, there's forward, reverse. So, after I got it done, put together, and then they were like, no, we don't like how you're representing our product. And they're like, you can't use our gear anymore. We're gonna cease and desist you. And I'm like, you're kidding me. This is an awesome thing. And they're like, yeah, we aren't interested in it anymore. I'm like, what the heck? So that's another corporate America thing that sucks. So, anyways, kind of sucks. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of killed my soul a little bit, because, I mean, I had a bunch of inquiries on it, like, oh, dude, build me one, or, how much for the parts or whatever. And then they're like, nope. If you start doing a lot of these, we're going to sue you into oblivion. And I'm like, whatever. I mean, it just sucked. Just sucked. Because, I mean, if you're missing fingers, I mean, actually think about it. Okay? So if I'm going to use their drill, okay, that means I have to, let me go get a screw. Okay, so if I'm going to use their product, that means I have to hold the screw right here. Okay, and then I'm doing this. Okay, so now how do I pick another screw out of my tool bag? Okay, you can't do that. So, my idea was, okay, so I have this, and you put this at whatever angle you need it to be at, and then you have this hand, to, pull out of your tool bag, put it on there, and then you're, boop, or, boop, boop, and it's no big deal. Oh, it's totally well, I mean, if you really, really want, I'll go get it. I mean, do you really, really, really want it? Let me know if you really, really, really want to see it. I'll go get it. Right? I have been accused of being that before. So in the what would it be? Middle 90s. This is way before like FPV drones and that type of thing. I actually designed and built my own remote control helicopters. You know, like 600 millimeter blade helicopters and stuff. And it was so cool. Um, where B-Ray knows me, I was referred to as the machinist. You know, because I would always just come up with, you know, all kinds of just weird stuff. Actually, tell you what, let's go on a little walk. We'll go up to the front of the shop. All right, so we're gonna go up to the front of the shop, and I'll show you the helicopters. Okay, so for whoever was looking for the chainsaw, let me attach. All right. Rip. Eek. All right. Yeah, so it was like this. Okay. So this is the chainsaw attachment. And it would extend and retract out. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, this was a heavy attachment, but it would go right on your forearm like this. I mean, it was stupid. It was so stupid. So incredibly stupid. But, I don't know. It was kind of fun. It was stupid, though. Okay, so let's go look at the helicopters real quick, and we'll go back in the studio. So, this is the electric grinder that I was using to power it. All right. So, those are my electric remote control helicopters. And then like here is one of my frames. So here's one of my frames to the electric helicopters. And I was using DeWalt batteries for it. I would take the voltage regulator and the BEC out of it, and there you go. So I used to fly those. So I built these before FPV and any of that stuff was like mainstream. And like the 4-blade one, that I would wear, this was like super, super early. So I had, you know, like FPV goggles, and I had 2 cameras on it so I could take someone for a ride with me. So I would have a camera with pan tilt, and then someone else, whoever was riding with me, had their own camera. So it was 2 channels at 72 megahertz. The avionics were 2.4 gigahertz. And then the video up and down link were 700 megahertz, 1 watt each. I mean, it was, radio-wise, it was so much noise. Just so much noise. But it was awesome. Awesome, happy birthday. Right, so those are 600 millimeter blade. So it's like a I think they're 1.4 meter. Total disc is like 1.4 meter. And then this is my Oser iDigits hand. Super, super slow. Oh, and since we're here, in case anybody thought that I was fibbing about the Super Bowl stuff, these are my Super Bowl winnings. And these are my Super Bowl passes. So I'll even show you my game day all access passes. All right. Here's stadium access, all access. Another stadium access, all access. Stadium access, all access. 1 star, which means I could go anywhere. Another one. Another one. I did it for better than a decade. It was a really fun job. So, but there's some receipts for you. Oh, what else can I show you that's cool? I don't know. Well, so originally it was going to be unboxing the new printer from FL Sun, but then they got a hold of me last night that they didn't want me to debut it until the 25th, so we're not going to debut it until the 25th. And then it was just hanging out with me while I was designing some stuff. And then it kind of just evolved from there. Usually I don't go into, usually I don't have a super agenda when I'm doing these. It's just come and hang out with me while I'm doing something. Usually it's take apart my hand or stuff. Oh yeah, no, I got a bow. We can go back out to the shop and I'll show you the bow. So there is my bow. All right, hold on. All right. So cost is a big thing. Durability, like you couldn't pick up. I think the most you can pick up with a Myo hand is like 25 pounds. So whereas like with my mechanical hand, I have a video of me picking up 110 pounds. So also serviceability. So when you break your hand, because you will, like with my OSIR eye digits, your local clinician can't work on it. You actually have to send it back to the OSIR Institute in Dublin, Ohio. And they're the only one that can work on your device. So, when that happens, you're without your prosthetic hand for like a week, 2 weeks. And that blows. So, you go from being the coolest guy in school to, oh, that poor cripple over there. And that sucks. Nobody wants to be, oh. So that sucks. You thought what would? Yeah, so it's an Oneida bow. That's an Oneida Strike Eagle. I'm super old school with that. I would love to get a modern bow. But I don't know. I've had that Oneida for like ever. And it works really good. It's got a 4-inch overdraw on it. And it's only like, God, I think it's set at 70 pounds. And it's not like super, super fast, but it's like in the 290s, which is really plenty fast, really. So, I don't know. Someday I'll get a. So I do, because you can bow fish with it. You can. I don't know. I've been very, very happy with that. I've had that bow since, gosh, 90? No, it was later than that. It was probably, I probably got that bow middle 2000s, 2005, 6, somewhere there. Okay, so when I was doing that, that was before the Part 104, and where you had all of the FAA and crap. So, there were rules, but I didn't exactly follow them. But there were rules. But, I would just fly it kind of below the tree line and just, like, around my area. I never got a ticket or fines or anything for it. I probably should have, but, I was just careful with it. I tried not to draw too much attention. But this is the camera I bought for the cat to take his own videos. So he will be making his own videos very shortly. I'm very excited about that. Hey, we can turn the backgrounds on. Yeah, that's what I use for my background. For my background in my studio is 65-inch TVs turned in portrait. Thanks. Yeah, I haven't flown much since they got all the Part 104 and stuff. Yeah, so I do. Um, right now, I have 4 people that are going to be part of the first one. Um, no, the cats don't care at all. None of the cats care. So like I said, I have 4 people that are going to be in part of the first trial. Um, so I'm going to end up building 3 hands for me, and then the 4 hands from them. Uh, so I'm going to build one for me of all of the new gear, and then I'm going to build one left and one right that people that are interested in it, but are afraid of making the commitment of all of the machine work and all of that, can come to my shop. We'll use the rotary scanner to scan the residual limb, and then print them up a temporary socket to where they can just try it out and see if they like the feel of how the hand fits. So I think that'll be an awesome thing, and maybe relieve some of that barrier to entry type thing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. On December 9th, 10th, 11th, somewhere on there, one of the guys that's on the trial is actually going to fly out here, and we're going to try that out and see. So hopefully, I mean, that'd be really awesome if it ends up working out like that. Of course, remember, I'm trying to be just small enough that I don't really gain a bunch of attention for what I'm doing. Because remember, it's not like super up and up. I can get in some trouble about it. But I think by doing it as the DIY, I think I'm still going to be okay. So, we'll see. No. No, not at all. I always know when I'm wearing it. What's really funny is this one actually fits better, but this one's functions are better. And this one's lighter than this one by like quite a bit. Like probably a pound. This one's lighter than this one by probably a pound. Well, thank you. What are you? All right. Is Griswold missing parts? Right. No, the watch is it's such a thing. I mean, it adds so much. So, and that's why I'm wanting to change the forearm cuff so I can go back to wearing the watch. And then all of this will just be skin right here. Skin to probably right about here, probably about the midline of the forearm. And then it'll be the watch strap, the actual watch strap that is the strap that goes right there. So, I don't know. I think it'll be pretty cool. We'll see. It's still super early, but I think it'll be cool. Oh, somebody got knocked down. Like what? So works by flexion, extension. So flexion, extension, and then the fingers splay by abduction, adduction. So up, splays the fingers, and then, straight is back to the fingers being closed, like that. And then when you go from the center line down, so like say if I close my hand and then click down, then you see it locks the ring and pinky either in the open or in the closed position. See? So fingers are locked open, and then back to open and close like normal. And then with the fingers closed, I can click the cardioid latch right here, and then that locks the fingers in the closed position. Thanks, and it's all mechanical. He's using the jab. Right, and I taught myself. This is like the 16th version that I've developed. I started this project back in 2019. So it's been like 5 years. But so the funny thing, a million years ago, the high school I went to, we had what's called a senior project. So this was back in 91, 92. For my senior project, I designed and developed a fully ambulatory robotic arm using Myoelectronics back in 91. And then 30 years later, I end up needing one. So that is truly just the universe coming full circle, which is awesome, but kind of terrifying in the same. So it's kind of been a long project for me. Yeah. But like, the shop and stuff, I started the shop in like, 95, 96 is when I started the shop. So I tried the soft body thing for a while, and, with the pneumatic and hydraulic muscles, using some of that woven sleeve material and then using a piece of surgical tube on the inside of it. And it was cool, but the problem with what I'm trying to do is, you need a pump, and then you need a power source for the pump, and then you need valving and some type of control for that valving. And, it just starts getting to be just a bunch of stuff, so it ends up becoming too complicated. So, right? Right. And, okay, so like on the silicone, silicone is awesome, until it starts leaking, or you need to glue it, or any of that, all of that. Right. Nothing bonds to silicone, even with the fancy glue. It's, right? It's just bad. Just bad. I don't know. Maybe eventually, but the thing is, if you're going to stick it out in the real live world, it has to be durable. Otherwise, why do it? If it isn't durable enough for the outside real world, that's like John Hopkins' MPL. modular prosthetic limb. So it's beautiful. So if you look up Johnny Matheny and MPL, you'll see it. It's a beautiful piece of hardware. The prosthetic arm itself is like a couple $1,000,000 for one prosthetic arm. And just absolutely stupid. But for most all of the trial, it was all in lab experience. And then after a couple years, they let him take it home. And, every day they were having to repair it. And right? Right. So anyways, they ran into all kinds of issues every day when he was using it out in the real world. And they really figured out that it wasn't durable enough for anything really, which, that sucks, but that's part of the thing. It could be plenty super durable for in shop or, in lab, but then you go and stick it in a real world environment and it's absolutely garbage. Oh my gosh. So with that, you'd be better off doing a soft body thing. So I've seen these devices, they have a little built-in air compressor, and they're used to, exercise the fingers for someone that's had a stroke to keep mobility. And you could do something like that, but on this, the device would end up getting so huge, because you have to have room for your fingers first off, and then you'd have to have, the body of whatever you're building, and then you have to have the actuators for it, too. So you'd have to have the full superstructure and then the actuator on top. So I've been using this for 7 months, pretty much on the daily, and I've cleaned it, I've taken it apart, cleaned it, once, and that was about 2 months ago. I took it apart, but I had been grinding with it, which I don't grind with it on anymore, just because it attracts the super fine grit, but the way I clean it is with brake clean, and then that gets rid of any of the oil and junk, and then Dawn dish soap and soap and water like you would for your natural hand, and I haven't had any problem with it, and then just compressed air to dry it off, and then for lubrication I use it's a dry silicone spray, and and it's been great. Well, actually, there's a video of me grinding with it. There's a video of me grinding with it somewhere on YouTube. So on Dallas Super Bowl, the Soprinas, which they supplied the auxiliary seating, they falsified their load point engineering, and the day of Super Bowl, the fire marshal came in and disallowed like 40,000 seats because any discomfort. Like what? So the palm socket of this is really comfortable. I mean, I got that to be just right. Um, the forearm cuff could use a little bit of tuning. It isn't perfect, but I mean it's pretty close. I mean, I can wear this. So I've worn this all day, and it's still fine. Um, Terminal cancer. So, I did an autologous stem cell transplant for multiple myeloma after 4 rounds of VDT paste that were 108 hours each. And then autologous stem cell, and then after my 100 days post-transplant, I was trying to figure out my life at the shop, and I smacked my hand with a piece of metal, and because I had super low bone density, like my bone density was negative 3.05 or 3.08, which if I could get to osteoporosis at that point, it would be an improvement. So broke my hand, and since I was so close to my stem cell transplant, I didn't really have much of an immune system. So I found a doctor in Oregon. They K-wired my fingers, did the wire, drilled the holes, put the wires down my proximals, and then I got a bone infection, blood infection, septicemia, gangrene, you're going to die. So then they cut one of my fingers off to lessen the infective load, and then came back up, and then they're like, ooh, you're not looking so good. Don't plan on going home. You're scheduled for emergency surgery tomorrow. And then they cut another one off. And then go back home, come back up. You are not looking so good. Don't plan on going home. And they cut another one off, and then another one. Aw, I appreciate that. That is awesome. I appreciate you saying that. So I don't know. I mean, I look at it as, because like I was saying earlier, for my high school senior project, I designed and developed a fully ambulatory robotic arm using myoelectronics. And then 30 years later, I end up needing one. So I look at it as just kind of my, my path. I appreciate you saying that. That's awesome. Right? Yeah. No, I've read that story. And super cool. I don't know if you've actually seen the pictures of it, but to pull that off, back then, that's pretty amazing. Whoever built his gear was like truly the man. I mean, I do. I absolutely look at this as art. I mean, if you look at like some of my earlier hands, like the 157 and the 158, the one that had the little differential on here that I was using to divide the wiffle trees, that one was super cool because that one also had a mechanical grip pattern selector. That was before I went to this system where I was actually trying to make it to where other people could do it. Oh, that sucks. You got a blood clot on your femoral artery. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. So I generally do like 150 or less parts. So like a big portion of what I do is plasma form. So you plasma cut it out, and then you form it up in the press brake, or I'll do like custom repair. Like the other day, yesterday, I was repairing a Bobcat auger, the bracket, the quick connect bracket that goes to a Bobcat to go to like a 20-inch auger. So I was repairing that. Um, so right now, there is only one other person that is rocking this gear. And I think he's happy with it. We'll see. But coming up pretty soon, like next month, there are 4 more people that'll be starting the whole process of doing this. So, and then after that goes, then we're going to try it again and try it again. You know, for this trial, I'm going to do 12 to 14, and depending upon how the money goes, I might be able to do 16, but it really depends on how the money goes. You know, I mean, the only reason why I'm able to afford to do this now is because when I did my European trip, I applied for and received a grant from O'Shaughnessy Venture Group. So they're a venture capital group that invests in this type of thing. Or they invest in all kinds of groovy stuff. But you know, but that's really the only reason why I'm able to afford this trial. So, but it's pretty cool. I mean, I'm hoping that I'm doing some good with my bonus time. We'll see. But like I redesigned the splay linkage. So I don't know if you can see that. But this is, you know, super smooth and pretty even. I got to put the rest of the fingers and stuff on this. But I think this design will be there. I think it's going to be awesome. So, pretty cool. Jake Paul is going to get destroyed. He does, but this is all mechanical. So the machine work isn't the barrier to entry. The barrier to entry is actually finding people that want to adopt this as their gear. Like with my last video, I kind of go into, once somebody has made the investment, put in the time and the investment of learning how to, pick stuff up, put it down, it's a big thing to want to, it's like, there you go. I'm just, So I'm doing them as DIY kits right now, and that's all I'll ever do them is DIY. Awesome. I appreciate you watching my videos in France. Right on. Good night. Yeah, so no, I'm starting to do them as right now. I'm doing it as a trial to see if marketing it as a DIY, as a DIY thing is a viable way of getting it out there. Yeah. So for Jim, the guy that I made the golf gadgets for, and also I made him a set of guitar hands. See, he was a musician before he got PID and sepsis. He ran a music store, and I made him a set of guitar hands. So he had the ability to supinate and pronate his left hand, and when he did this, it made his pick. I made it to where his pick flicked forward and backwards, and then on this hand, he played a lap steel guitar, so I had a slide on this one, and when he tipped it this way, it would mute the strings, and then it had a spring to balance out the pressure, to where he could, put more pressure on the heel or on the toe of it. So this type of thing isn't a mass-produced thing. Each one of these devices is very custom to the end user. So, and what I'm doing is, so the neat thing about this is all of the component groups bolt one to the other. So like the fingers bolt to the Gaffney, the winder bolts to the Gaffney and the fingers, and then the gimbal bolts to all of that too. So if you took the sockets out of this, you could articulate the fingers. So that makes it one component set, and then you just add your sockets to that set of gear. And that's about as I guess one size fits most as you could do with that. And even that, it's for a very specific amputation. And it's only for disarticulation through the metacarpal phalangeal joint, with no retention of the proximals, no proximals, and you still need your thumb to act as in opposition to the fingers of the device. So it's for a very specific amputation, but it's an underserved amputation. Nobody's really, servicing this as a market. So I'm not really going. So it would depend. But for the big sweeping, it was just slightly shortened metacarpals, because really for all of the geometry to work correctly, you want the hand to fit in like this, to where the ends of the metacarpals are right up in that void space. So I mean, if it's slightly shortened, and say you're like a quarter of an inch off of that, then yes, that would probably work. But then that's going to have the winder and all that dig into your wrist on this side of the wrist. Because if you look at how this crosses, let me see if I can make it work. Okay, so if you look at how this crosses through that arc, there really isn't a lot of room for anything being not exactly right. And it's just the way that the mechanics are. I mean, it has to be, 38 degrees. Everything just kind of has to be in that shape. So, that makes it difficult. I mean, it's just for a very specific application. So yeah, no, it's 3 straps. Yeah. So, I mean, it's really fast, really. I'm surprised nobody's gotten knocked out yet. Hey. Yeah. No, this is a good device. It's a really good device. I've been really happy with it.
You know what? The boxing ring is where you face a tougher interrogation than the fence. And both these guys took the best out of each other now. Inquiring minds. We'll hear from Sean Wheelock, but who do you guys think won this fight? I have no clue. Honesty is the best policy.
I don't know. I mean, you could probably do it. I don't know. I would be worried about, hurting my hand or something with it. Because I mean, no. I mean, that's a lot of stuff, on there. So I'd be worrying about hurting your hand. So on this, I went from concept to wearing it in 4 months for this design. Nope. So all I can do so my previous design I could, but this one where it's, I can either lock the ring and pinky in the open position or in the closed position. So ring and pinky out or ring and pinky in. Or right, so I can go pointer finger. Yeah, well, all I'm doing is I'm holding down the middle finger with my thumb, just doing this, which is what you normally do. It weighs 1 kilogram, or actually it weighs just less than 1 kilogram. It weighs like 0.9 kilogram. Fingertips and springs are generally what I have to replace. Awesome, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Well, yeah, I can do finger guns. Okay. Can I separate the fingers? What do you mean? I can splay the fingers. Awesome. I appreciate you spending time and watching my my live. Awesome. I've never been to Finland, but I would like to go. Next time I come to EU. See, now I can do that too. Yeah, no, this is my daily driver. This is the one that I use like 99% of the time. The other one I use this one a lot too, but I mostly use this one. So, and I like this one because it's got the watch on it.
Thank you very much, Mario. Congratulations on an
I have never had a problem with the TSA. I mean, the only issue that I've had with the TSA, when I was flying through Switzerland, the guy that was running the enhanced security, you know, where they want to pat you down or whatever, he had watched my videos. He had been a long time guy that watched my videos, and he saw me and wanted to meet me. So I don't know. I thought that was super cool. So he pulled me in for secondary screening, and he's like, you know, oh, I just wanted to meet you. And I'm like, cool. Okay, so yes. Hold on a second. So, the company Recreus has been like super cool. They sent me a product called Filaflex 95 and Filaflex 60. Okay, so this stuff has a super high coefficient of friction, like super high. Generally, things go from, you know, 1 is like the most friction that it'll have. So if you have like a 1 kilogram weight and then you're pulling laterally, you know, at first it'll be 1 kilogram, of course. And then as you get it moving, awesome, thank you. So this stuff will actually go up to like 1.2. So as it stretches, it actually grabs more. So super cool. Now, I haven't tried it out, but that is what they advertise. So what they also sent me is a sample of conductive filament. So it kind of has the same effect as like gecko skin, to where as it stretches, then you get more surface contact. And since it's a micro topology, then, you know, it starts embedding and then you get more surface. So it's like an accordion, to where when you're, you know, when it's not moving anything, you only have this much surface contact. But then when you stretch it, now you're adding like 1.1, 1.2 the amount of surface contact that it has. So then they also sent me, basically samples of everything that they make. So super cool. I mean, awesome company to work with so far. The stuff's kind of expensive, but still super awesome that they just... Okay, so the only thing that I'm 3D printing is the fingertips. And so like these are done with color fab. The color fab Variashore, to where when you print it at different temperatures, it expands at a different rate. But everything else is just machined. Or okay, so I take that back. So these fingers, the fingers themselves are 3D printed in mag aluminum. Yes.
But also, this is what I was made and destined for. This is my life goal.
There you go. You can kind of see it there. It's got little checkerboards on it.
I'm so proud, and I've finally arrived home into my destiny tonight. Official prediction. Okay.
Oh, dude, you are so late to the party on the Evil Dead thing. We already did shop tours twice on that.
So Jake Paul getting set.
Yep.
The team has manifested the main event of his dreams. Coming up, though, it is the co-feature. Katie Taylor,
I also had the Impact Driver hand out, too.
champions in women's boxing, ready to make history.
No, so where it's mechanical, it's only ever going to be as strong as what the user is.
Enough said. Paul,
And the bow, yep.
Tyson, and they are man Ariel Helwani.
Yeah, I brought out, I think, all the toys that I have here. You know, I have, like, my Xbox controller at home, and I have all my other hands at home. Actually, I don't think I have anything else. I mean, I have some other cool stuff here. And the helicopters. I mean, don't forget the helicopters. I brought the helicopters out, too.
It's an amazing moment for the sport of boxing. It's an amazing moment for women's sports. We're about to witness Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor.
Yeah. I have a chainsaw attachment that goes onto my prosthetic, and it has a retractable, extendable electric chainsaw. It was such a dumb idea. Such a dumb idea. So stupid. But it was kind of cool.
And Jake yesterday slapped her around the world. Your assessment of what happened, and did he swing at you as well, Mike?
I think so too. So actually, you know, I have been getting punished by the YouTube algorithm. In the last month, I have lost like 1,500 subs, which I don't think they're real subs, but I mean, it just crushes my soul. You know, I'm putting in all this effort, and my sub number keeps going down and down and down and down. I'm just like, what the heck?
Thank you, Nikita. Congratulations to the team on this great event.
Thank you to Netflix. We appreciate you. Many more to come.
Kate, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ariel. Yeah, we are 2 fights down. We got 2 to go as the biggest night in boxing continues from AT&T Stadium right here on Netflix. The world has been waiting, and the world will be watching.
Well, CW Carter, you could always make him a thumb. Right? I know. You know, you try not to live and die through your comment section, but man, that is so tough. That is so tough. You know, you look at your numbers, you look at, you know, your analytics, and you try to not just get wrapped up in that. And it is just hard.
If you like either fighter to win by decision, you can get Taylor at +2.
I mean, it is just hard. Oh, I'm not going to give up. I mean, I'm still doing what I'm doing.
My pick is Amanda Serrano by decision at +110, $100 bet at +110.
You know, and like with the 3D printers and stuff, you know, I mean, I'm trying to build my little print farm so that I can build prosthetics and do like the enable thing and, you know, all of that type of stuff.
The ninth round +400 on under 8.5 rounds might be an option for you, boxing fans.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that.
God, you cannot wait.
Yes, sir. Well, DraftKings sponsors
So this is a Seiko 5.
right now. All new customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings sponsor
But my new
ring when you sign
hand is going to don an Ulto 8. It's a wandering hour watch.
Will that be
So this one will be awesome. So this goes to my socials. Just goes to my YouTube, TikTok, Instagram.
the Final Four, the College Football Championship, WrestleMania, and the Super Bowl? Beyonce, the Rolling
Yeah.
Stones,
No, I mean, I'm trying to. It's just, it's tough. You know, finding the right people. I mean, you know, because it really,
Let's welcome 2 very more special guests as well. The owner, president,
Um, so so really not everybody wants to be on YouTube. A lot of people get, like when I try to do, the thing out in the wild, people get weird when you break out a camera going, "Hey, you know, let me take a little video of this interaction." They get like super weird. They're like, "Nah, I don't want to be part of your YouTube thing." Which I don't get. I mean, you're out in public anyways, so whatever. Yeah, and yet, they'll recognize me from YouTube, and then it's like, okay, well, do you want to be on YouTube? Oh, no, 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 no. And you're like, whatever. I don't know, kind of funny. I've met him. I've met Jerry Jones. He's kind of a dick.
Good, thank you. Real good. Let me say it again. I don't know that you can top this. Worldwide coverage with Netflix. We're all being introduced to Netflix. We're so excited in the NFL about Netflix.
Yep.
A huge part of our future.
I don't know. People get weird, and yet they like recognizing me from YouTube,
When I was thinking
but
about
they
it,
don't want to be part of it.
I could have had a place for a third of it for cowboy fans. But I knew that people would probably be watching this thing all over the United States, much less the world. And this stadium is honored to have these two fighters, these two personalities, these two great competitors.
So I printed these as a torture test for the Creality K2 with CFS. It is. It's the Nom. It's the Nom guy. So with a four color um, material system, these are all the variances that you can have uh, with a 3 Boolean object. So like the eyes and the teeth are one thing, the pupils are something, and then the body is something. So this is just all the variances. So I printed those to see how well it prints. And really, it printed pretty good. I've been pretty happy with it so far. I've got like 12 24-hour days of printing on it. And I mean, like, so I did Grateful Dead Dancing Bears. This is the purge fill into item. And then this is what it's supposed to look like. And they printed pretty okay. Um, but yeah, the Nom guys I thought were pretty funny. And then I also did, Flexi Crabs. And then I did a pile of Flexi Dragons and...
I've seen what happens to him when he walks in that ring. That ain't Mike outside.
So the thing is, none of my people are in the Pacific Northwest. Like I have one guy that's in Tampa. I got one guy in Georgia. I got a guy in Dallas, or just outside of Dallas. I got one guy in Montana. So, I mean, getting video of them with me is not a thing. Because remember, I'm not a clinician. Nobody's actually meeting with me. I'm shipping stuff to them, and then they're going to be doing it on their own. So I mean, that's the tough thing. And then where I am, there's hardly any other YouTubers around here. So, that makes it difficult. Oh my gosh, I wish they'd just get to it.
Question deserves a real answer. Why fight? You have all the money and fame you never wanted. Why fight? If you long ago proved that you were the best in the world. The problem child, Jake, and a guy old Paul versus the baddest man on the planet, Mike Tyson.
Oh, he's gonna get destroyed. I don't know if you're watching the fight. Oh my god, is it really 2 more fights to go? Jeez! What is it? It's gotta be, what, 6? It's 7:15 and we got 2 more fights? Jeez! It's gonna be like 10 o'clock. Oh, we still got the girls to fight, don't we? Right? I mean, the thing is, I mean, Tyson is just an animal. Right? Right. I mean, the thing is, he is a machine. I mean, what is it? 50-6 for his career, wins, losses. I mean, yeah, no. I mean, he'll be lucky if, he'll be lucky if he doesn't end up, just crippled. I am trying so hard. I don't know, but the thing is, I'm trying to stay in my lane in YouTube and not chase the algorithm, chase the whatever things. The cat videos thing, I started doing that, a year and a half ago, and that was a real bump. People love, the videos about the cat. So I try to include those at every video. But in the same, I try not to, repeat them either. Oh my gosh. This is killing me. I don't know. So, okay, so no, so no, they haven't reached out to me at all. Yeah, at all. Huh. I don't know. Yeah, so a million years ago I made a little rear leg trolley for one of my clients' dogs, and it's kind of plus or minus as to whether those things work. But then again, you're looking for the right animal too. Just because an animal, you know, whatever, generally, when that happens, they just get put down. It's sad to say, but, generally, say if a dog breaks its back or whatever, the owner is generally going to put him down, which, I get, but kind of sucks. Right? Right. Because, how can you tell if, you're bettering their life or you're just extending it? Right. Like, Peanut the squirrel. Oh my gosh. I am surprised that there wasn't riots in the streets on that one. Oh yeah, what was it? New York. some animal control group in New York, in the New York government, came in and took this guy's pet squirrel and then euthanized it. Oh, hey, Kayla. Awesome. And how'd it work? I mean, did it fit or what?
Katie Taylor got that too. She's humble, she's gracious, she's very quiet, reserved. She a badass too, though. And in terms of how this fight kind of happens, what are you expecting to see? Do you think it goes the distance? Do you think we see a knockout?
Right on. That's awesome. So is your friend going to be able to print the whole thing, or are you needing something from me, or is it going to work for you? I'm going to put this stuff back. Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. That is so cool. That's awesome. Well, that's super cool. Oh, I have a Discord. I lost access to it a while ago, but it just kind of turned to garbage. I don't know. I may revive it when I really get into the trial and actually get things going. I might revive it, but really I didn't really, I didn't have enough content to maintain it as an active dynamic thing. I I mean, it just wasn't really a thing for what I'm doing. I mean, I tried. I mean, I was mostly looking at it for, oh, I hope it works out for you. I mean, I really do. And, I like the Kinetic better than the, what is it, Falcon or Raptor or whatever the other hand was. Right? I try to be super available either on email or in the lives or even on TikTok. Because, I do TikTok lives every so often too. Lately, I've been doing more of the YouTube. But, I try to be pretty available. Oh my gosh. Did everybody else's Netflix freeze? Or is it just me? Oh! My Netflix froze. There we go. We're back.
Those punches were power shots, which means everything other than a jab, and yet Taylor was able to come back, was able to...
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
What do you expect of the encore?
What up, Costa Rica?
Serrano, and I expect confirmation from Taylor. So this is why it's going to be so exciting. Both these women have something to prove tonight, and they're going to give it their all just like they did in the first.
God, this thing is going to be dragging on for hours.
Who says women can't?
Hours.
These women brought it, and they're going to bring it again tonight, and I am beyond excited.
You heard it from the first lady of boxing. Too few
So, mostly
broadcasting.
US, Canada, quite a bit from India, UK, the Netherlands, a little bit of Spain. I mean, that's about where I get. I do have a bit of a following in like Guatemala. Right. Oh, Tyson all day long.
Amanda Serrano, let's go to the tail of the tape. You know, the majority of Serrano's fights have come at 126. She's
Well, thanks. I try to be 3 times as cool.
3.5.
Oh no, I tried making gadgets for it that were doing the cyberpunk thing at when it was like super hot. It's like I did the little laser pointers that clipped into the medials, and that was pretty good. You know, I've made little gadgety stuff. Awesome. I appreciate that.
No free knockdown rule. Fighter cannot be saved by the bell. Fight official.
Well, when I did the laser pointers, I mean those were red and blue. So that's kind of like that.
Let's take a closer look at Amanda.
Oh no, for Halloween I was gonna do Edward Scissorhands and actually make the scissors and stuff. I just ran out of time doing that.
Trailblazer, so committed to the sport of boxing at 36. She just got her first cell phone. This
Oh my gosh.
no drinks, no drugs. She doesn't even date. She wants to be the best to ever do it. And she is the first ever male or female undisputed champion from Puerto Rico. If you know about Puerto Rico's pugilistic history, you know how impressive that is. She is currently a unified
Yeah.
126-pound champion. And yeah, it's all about
Hey.
rivalry and at times rivalry. Her sister, Sydney, they were the first sisters to hold championships.
Yeah, so I don't know. It'll be interesting once I get all of this stuff set up. You know, hopefully I'm able to really make a difference, you know, with my bonus time and being able just to help a bunch of people with it. You know, I mean, the trouble with this is it's for such a specific amputation. What I'm really working on right now is for, say, someone that has a portion of their proximal, is making basically an MCP driver that you'd wear as an armband or a wristband, and then you use your proximal to drive the fingers. And I'm trying to come up with one that is a print in place using the XL printer to where it'd be printed with the hard spots in the hard spots and then the soft spots, you know, the flexible stuff in the other. Yep, they're driven by the proximal. So if you have like half of your proximal and you flex that, that's what drives the rest of the finger. So I've been on and off working on that for quite a while. Well, thanks. Yeah, I just got, so the other day, I haven't even really had time to play with it, and I got a new one by Maker Pro. You know, all I've done is basically take it out of the box and look at it. But this is their Maker Pro Moose. I got to figure that out coming up pretty soon. Yes. I know, but man, I tell you, it really didn't fit you. It didn't fit you for nothing. I mean, your hands are so tiny. You have got like tiny, tiny hands. Yeah, it should be a pretty neat thing. Something that I like about the Creality one, the Ferret Pro, is that they finally made it to where, well, I mean, I already covered that in the video, to where you can scan directly to the laptop. And I think that's an awesome feature, you know, rather than having to do it through your phone or whatever. I wish the Maker Pro one was wireless like that as well. But the Maker Pro one has the blue laser to go with it for, you know, the differential scanning. So I'm hoping that's pretty cool. So, and then today I started setting up, FL Sun sent me one of their new S1 Pro printers. Pretty excited to see what that looks like. My last experience with a Delta was with a CME CNC version 2 row stock. So I'm kind of interested to see how, you know, this machine goes. Matthew Shoreland, is that the Matthew Shoreland that I know? Oh my gosh! It has been forever since I've talked to you. You should text me. I would love to talk to you. Last I heard, you were working at like a paint store or something, weren't you? So send me an email at missingpartsclub@gmail.com. Right? Oh, that is so cool. Oh my gosh, they are dragging this thing out so bad. So bad. So kind of. So she has a thing called Raynaud's, and it's a circulatory disorder that'll cause her hand to self-amputate fingers. So any pressure, anything. She had her friend print out a socket, and it did not fit her for nothing. Her hands are really tiny. You know, very, very narrow. So yeah, so I actually turned her on to the Enable project. We're trying to get her a what is this? Not a Raptor hand, a kinetic hand. We're trying to get her a kinetic hand put together. So supposedly got it scaled up to where it fits her hand pretty good. She says she just sent me some pictures of it, hopefully. But you know, I mean, if we can get something going for her, I mean, that'd be awesome. So hopefully. Eventually I will do the Edward Scissorhands. It's just, you know, I mean, I'll end up having 100 hours in that by the time I make it, and then make it actually to where it actually works and stuff. You know, that's the thing. I don't want to make just cosplay stuff. I want to have it actually work. You know, I mean, that's the thing. You know, so to do that, you got to figure out all the mechanics of it. You got to figure out all the linkages, all of the everything.
and committed advocates for women's boxing, women's athletics, and
Right, no, totally. And that's what I was talking about about modifying that base socket for you. I can take that into Mesh Mixer and then just subtract off one of those fingers and make room for your pinky.
Chantel Cameron to become
You know, just let me know what your scale factor was, and then I can just subtract that out.
well, it came 11 fights ago in 2019 over Rose Valente. Tonight, Taylor Serrano make history again under the brightest lights imaginable.
Nothing but mad respect for Katie Taylor. What she's brought to the sport, you just have to give it to her. She looks locked in. I just feel the emotion just vibrating through this stage.
Oh my gosh.
Special night for boxing. It is a special night for
How many more fights do they got? Right. No, but that would be cool, don't you think?
All right, with the official
You know, the difficulty on that is going to be getting the scaling right front to back to where your pinky doesn't end up just being like super short in comparison to the other fingers. You know, that's where it's going to be, that's where it's going to have the difficulty. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you, George Smiley. Well, so like with an upper limb, you know, with an upper limb disarticulation, you have to. I mean, it actually it becomes kind of your moniker. You know, it's like, you know, I mean, that's how you're going to be known by is, you know, by your gear. You know, I mean, I really hope that we're able to put something together for you to where it, you know, come up with something. Well, that's because I'm doing it on my phone that's on the other side of the desk, and the letters are so tiny. I'd love to be able to just cast it onto one of the big screens that are around, but I don't have that hooked up like that. Yeah, usually I'm not. It's what, 7:30? I don't know. I guess I go live this late. Oh no, I'm gonna try to get onto more of a regular live schedule. You know, like if it's Fridays or Thursdays or whatever. As I've said many times in this live, as soon as I get to 1 million subs, absolutely. But not until I get my gold button. Right? No, you do, because I mean, all you're doing is you just talk. Oh my God, they are so dragging this out. Is it 2 more after this, or is it just 1 more after this? God, this is killing me.
Undisputed world championship. Give me a good clean fight. Obey my commands. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Katie Taylor
Killing me.
ready to cement her
All right, I think I'm gonna go. 20 minutes more. We'll make it a 6-hour live. So get your questions in.
She records a knockout tonight would equal Hall of Famer Christy Martin's all-time female record of 32. Sydney Sweeney's playing the Cold Fighter.
Oh,
Coming by a
well, if this is the last one,
I know she is also watching tonight and celebrating the evolution of women's boxing. This is round 1, but really round 11, following that instant classic 2 years ago.
oh, where are you? Where are you?
Many people say for Taylor it's
Heckling?
movement. It's about fighting off the back foot, establishing
Are you in Oregon too?
for Serrano, as she did in the first fight. Outworked, outlanded Taylor, but Taylor was able to dig deep and really storm back in that last
Ah, Southern California. Like Southern, like LA or just below Sacramento?
Boxing that I've seen, definitely the biggest round ever female boxing. Right now, Katie's going out there different.
Oh, and a counter shot by Taylor.
The ring song got a little different, but
I was down in Sacramento. Oh, okay.
Serrano, the southpaw, doubling up.
The farthest I generally go down is Sacramento. I have a client there in Rockland that I'm doing a bunch of stuff for. We're moving their shop. It's the company that I do Super Bowl with. So we're moving shop while all the equipment's out at Super Bowl, Vanity Fair, and Freeze. So we're going to move out of one shop and then move back into the next shop. So it'll be an awesome thing, but it's a lot of logistics.
And a trap for a counter. Serrano lands the left.
Serrano is a better puncher for sure. But Katie's got to keep out of those corners and keep attacking Serrano.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't figured out really a different niche beside the prosthetic hands to chase.
Serrano able to time that. And there again. Nice shot. Serrano, Taylor.
Okay, so it's just this one, and then it's the Tyson Paul fight, right? Oh, did she just knock her out?
Yeah, she is not playing.
Hey, suits us, right? We're going to make it a boxing match that suits us. So listen, hey, you can't get lax when you get distance like that. You're dropping your left hand and coming over the top. It's going to
Oh,
backhand. You got to know your range.
right? No, they are totally dragging this thing out.
You got to bring the shit back up. Keep occupying her with the lead hand. She's ducking underneath right hand, right? You see Amanda coming with the overhand left right here. She had landed a couple times already off a big overhand left. Her favorite punch, her best punch of the fight.
Yeah. Well, let me know if your buddy has any issues. I'd be super into helping him print something out for you on that. Just giving him. What are you printing it out of? Are you printing it out of PLA to start, or what?
The rematch for the undisputed 140-pound crown and Serrano. You know what? Katie better bar the door because Serrano is bringing an offensive onslaught to this rematch already.
Yeah, but you see Serrano being a lot more economical
Yes.
with punches this time. She's not just going to war. She's boxing.
Yeah, no. So I have thought about this device, but the thing is, like, Shunk makes a 26-degree freedom hand, basically, and it's beautiful. So, I mean, if you look up Shunk hand, Shunk, I mean, it's an absolutely beautiful piece of work. But it's larger than what a fleshy hand is.
Taking her time more this time. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for Katie.
It's much larger than a fleshy hand.
1 minute remaining in the second. Taylor got clipped again. Right hook from Serrano and Taylor again. Both of these ladies are going to be surefire first ballot Hall of Famers. But Taylor 38, Serrano 36.
Well, thank you. Greetings from Russia.
Problem those 4 punches though is you can't allow Amanda to hit you with the overhand left while you're throwing those 4 punches.
Man, they both exchange on the inside.
Good hook by Katie. But she's almost
That's awesome.
so long though.
That's that's what you're really looking for, is someone that is really wanting to take part in that project for you. Because I mean, your first, you'll end up making probably 4 or 5 in order to get the absolute perfect ratio for how your residual limb fits into that socket and how just everything moves. I mean, it's gonna take a little bit in order to get it to be just right for you. So I mean, don't let that get him frustrated or anything. Because I mean, it's going to take some time. I mean, look at the amount of time that I've put into getting my gear just right. And even this gear, this one isn't, perfect. I mean, the hand portion of it's good, but the forearm portion of it, that needs some loving. But it sounds like you got the right person helping you on that. Which is awesome.
Old times, baby. Just like old times.
And now, back to
Oh my gosh.
number 3.
I like that Katie came out earlier, better in the middle of the ring because I did like her body, the way her body was looking at the end of the last round. Now she looks a little different.
Total power punches through 2 rounds. Caleb, 21 of 57, 37%. Senano,
Oh my gosh, that sucks.
48%. And again, 2-minute rounds, 10 rounds in women's championship fights. So it is a sprint, not a marathon. And yet you wonder,
Right.
Serrano's been an advocate for just 12 3-minute rounds, just like the men. And yet, boy, we've talked about this. There's something to be said about these 2-minute rounds.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
The action that these 2-minute rounds can do, I think it's tremendous because it's good for women.
Well, I'm glad that I was your entertainment while you were getting some healing. Because that is tough. I mean, that is so tough when you're in the hospital and you're just, you know, when you're just in the hospital. That is a tough, tough thing. I mean, I spent most of a year at UAMS in Little Rock, Arkansas, doing my VDT pace and auto stem cell. And that was such a long year. But, I'm 6 years post-transplant now. I still have chemo, once a month. I got chemo on Tuesday. It's 9 hours in the chair, which kind of sucks, but, what do you do? Oh my gosh.
Well, Amir Tyson did a tremendous job joining us earlier on the prelims. And this to be one of the more special moments of his life. We sent him into the locker room to interview his dad, the one and only Pirate Mike Tyson. Dad,
Oh, that's awesome. Good for you, man.
how do you feel about the disrespect
That is so awesome.
your way? Is it fueling you to get you more violent?
So is it working out for you?
What's your prediction? It's just win. Thank you, God. Love you too.
Oh,
And son.
he is an animal.
Without that bloodshot there.
Well, it's like Olivia Rodrigo. Hey, it's like Olivia Rodrigo said. Mike Tyson.
What up, IMU?
Jake Paul with an uppercut.
I tell you, I don't like her body language, but I like this. She's coming out ready to fight right away every round. She's taking the center of the ring right away, and that says a lot about what she is thinking and how she's feeling. So though the body language doesn't look good, that right there is saying something.
You know, nobody's gotten knocked out yet, and I'm surprised.
In the undisputed champion's corner, Serrano continuing to do what she did in that first fight. Put the pressure on.
Oh, that's awesome.
A nice combination from the champion. Tries to escape. Serrano
So, do you have high school senior project down there, to where they have to do like a physical project and then to write a paper and give a speech?
She can. It is ill-conceived for Taylor to get into a firefight with Serrano. Serrano is number one among female fighters in punches thrown, landed, and power landed. Taylor
Oh my gosh.
connect percentage and
Did she just bite her? I think she just bit her.
percentage. Two of the very best to ever put on the gloves, the creme de la creme. And this is what they are producing here with 42 seconds left in the fourth. Taylor trying to counter, but her balance.
No, the thing is, maker spaces, you know, I think that's a US thing. You know, that maker spaces just, you know, or maybe it's a US and a big city type thing. You know, up here we have a maker space, but it's not enough of anything that it would be good for anything. You know what I mean? It's like it's got a table saw, it's got a drill press, I think it's got a tubing bender. You know, I mean, it just doesn't work here. Like where I am in Oregon, you know, everybody has a shop. You know, if you're a maker type person, then, you know, you either set up a garage, or, you know, you have a shop that you rent or whatever. And, you know, it just doesn't work out as far as a viable model here. I mean, the only reason why the one that we have works is because it's subsidized by the school system and by the college. You know, and that's really the only reason why it works, is because of the subsidy. You know, because otherwise, you know, your membership would end up costing just way too much.
Body good, and feels that she still has another great classic performance in her. And despite Serrano landing more
Oh, what type of 3D printers do you have?
Taylor opponent, Taylor feels that the rematch is tailor-made to another successful title defense. Serrano, she's a Guinness World Record holder. No one in the women's boxing world has ever done what she's done. 7
Right. Yeah, but hopefully you're getting something besides just access to your makerspace.
And so, here we are, Rosie and Roy. An incredible first fight. I know we continue to build it and build.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
Rosie, you were there at MSG. You saw Amanda Serrano outland Taylor 44-14 in the fifth.
Is it triangular?
Punches were power shots, which means everything other than a jab. And yet Taylor was able to come back, was able to smother Serrano's offense, clinch and reset. What do you expect in the encore?
I respect redemption from Serrano, and I expect confirmation from Taylor. So this is why it's going to be so exciting. Both these women have something to prove tonight, and they're going to give it their all, just like they did in the
Well, that's cool.
up together. And all I have to say is, who says women can't fight? These women brought it, and they're going to bring it again tonight, and I am beyond excited.
You heard it from the First Lady of Boxing. 2 future Hall of Famers. Hey, we got a Hall of Famer on the broadcast team. Roy Woodard, the
But it's gray.
and Serrano.
Okay, so this one is made, the fingers are made from mag aluminum from PCB Way. They're doing all the 3D printing for those parts for me. So like here's the medial for it, and it's mag aluminum. And then the winder assembly, that's all out of 6061 T6. And then the splay unit, I machine those, and that's out of 6023 T6. So mostly 6061, and then the sockets are all vacuum resin composites. So I usually use... Oh, that's awesome. So, like the splay unit, it's a 12-piece linkage that drives that. Bunch of bearings. No, because it's all aluminum. No, everything's pretty close on the chart, so you don't have anything that's really far apart on your galvanic. In 7 months, I've serviced this maybe twice. But like on this next one that I'm building for me, I'm going to have the company Cerakote. Their outfit's only like 6 miles down the road, and they've been wanting to coat up one of my hands for me forever. So I'm going to let them do this next one for me, and we'll see what that works out. So I'll be using micro slick on the pins, and then black, gray, and orange. Orange for all the drive pieces, and black and gray for the body pieces. And it should be pretty cool. So I use brake clean. And then if I'm at home, I use Dawn dish soap. And then for lube, I use a silicone dry spray. And it works really good. The only time I have issue with it is if I'm doing a lot of grinding, like with a 5-inch grinder. And then it, the dry lube ends up, collecting the fine metal particulates. But then I just... There's another one? No, so I just use red Loctite. So I just Loctite everything in place, and like the pins for the fingers are all held in place by a 2mm circlip that goes into, that holds the pins in place. Oh, okay. Oh, this is killing me. So has this already happened then? Yep. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to get this to be a real thing. Awesome. Well, nice to meet you. Glad you stopped by. Is that a bulletproof vest she's wearing? Why is she wearing a bulletproof vest? Well, they even thought she was wearing a bulletproof vest.
Female main event in the world's most famous arena, but this crowd dwarfs that here at AT&T Stadium. A moment that women have been working for nearly 50 years to attain in the sport of boxing. Remember, 1975, women were suing just to get the right to box in New York. But here's, well, all Irish eyes are smiling for Katie Taylor, instrumental in getting the
So I think you're going to have to modify the side of the index in order to hold a crochet needle. And then you might have to actually, so you're probably going to have to print or cast a something as like a gripper on this that you'd slide onto the crochet needle. Even maybe just some 3/16 surgical tubing that you slide on there to increase the coefficient of friction. I think that's what you'll have to do, and then you'll probably cut a groove into the side of the index to where you can catch it like right here and right here. Let me grab a pen and I'll show you. So I think you'll have to cut a groove in the side of the medial and then on the side of where it goes into the main body of it. But I think that's what you're going to have to do. Although, I mean, you could always, like what I did on, so I draw with a tablet a lot of the times. And I built a thing that I can't find right now. Hold on a second. Okay, there it is. And there's my Cerakote colors. Okay, so these are my Cerakote colors. So I'm doing high-vis orange for all the driving pieces. I'm doing bull shark gray. And I'm doing armor black. So this is a gadget that I made for my digitizer pen. So you see what this does? It allows me to hold the digitizer pen and then do the buttons with the side of my thumb. So I think this is probably what you're going to have to do for crocheting. See how this works? I mean, I would think that this would work out better than the kinetic hand. This type of thing would work out better. You know, because this, you'd be able to have all the motion of the wrist, and then you wouldn't, you know, I think this would work out better for you, for crocheting, you know, because then you could, with both of them. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how you crochet, but I think that would work out good.
Nothing but mad respect for Katie Taylor. What she's brought to the sport, you just have to give it to her. She looks locked in.
So maybe think about doing something like that for your situation.
Special night for Rocky. It's a special night for
Texas. Here once again is Big Mo.
Oh my gosh, they're so dragging this thing out. So the only thing that it's limiting is that I don't use this portion of the motion. I only use from here to straight. So I go from here to straight. And that's the only limiting that I do. Because I still use abduction, adduction, and then supination, pronation. So, and that's the only thing that's limiting that I do. Oh my gosh. Right? It totally is. It is lasting forever. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it to the end. Like, holy cow. You know, this is almost more of an exhibition type fight than anything else. I mean, it doesn't really seem like anybody's like really trying. I mean, nobody's been knocked out so far. So it's kind of like, is this a real thing or not? I mean, I'm not super into boxing, but I would figure that in, you know, what, four boxing matches that somebody would get knocked out. Jeez. What up, Void Chaser?
World Championship. Give me a good, clean fight. Obey my commands and protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves, good luck.
Katie Taylor has already cemented her
Right? I'm thinking so.
wants to close this rivalry with another win over Amanda Sedano.
Right? Oh my gosh.
Hall of Famer Christy Martin's all-time female record of 32. Sydney Sweeney's playing the coal miner's daughter, upcoming biopic. Christy Martin, a Hall of Famer. I know she is also watching.
Well, I hope that the main event isn't the two of them just chasing each other around the ring. I mean, I hope it's like, I don't know, I guess a real fight.
Many people say for Taylor it's about the lateral movement. It's about fighting off the back foot, establishing the jab. For Serrano, as she did in the first fight, outworked, outlanded Taylor, but Taylor was able to dig deep and really storm back in that last 30 seconds of the 10th.
So everybody says that my handwriting with my right hand is better than it was with my left, which is disappointing because I thought it was pretty good with my left hand. You know, but I mean, I signed my name better.
And for Serrano, the southpaw doubling up the jab, lands a straight left down the middle. And one thing we saw the adjustment being made, Taylor, after that fifth aggressive onslaught from Serrano, she was able to clutch
I mean, I signed my name better, so
the offense.
let's see.
But right now, a good start for the champion, Rosie. She's on that back foot, trying to angle away from the pressure of Serrano.
Yeah, but Serrano's coming forward. And Katie better
Yeah.
stay away from that corner because if Serrano catches up, it's going to be really, really a tough night for Katie Taylor.
Oh, beautiful hand-speed, crisp.
I mean, that's my new signature, so I don't know. I think it looks okay. It's something different, right? The bobbing and weaving. Yeah. You know, I never really got into emo music. I like more trip hop. Yeah, or like Sublime. You know, more like middle 2000s. And early stuff like Fleetwood Mac. The Rumors album is always great. Depeche Mode, like Depeche Mode. The Cure, Modest Mouse, Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, Jerry Rafferty, like Jerry Rafferty. Pink Floyd, of course.
Is bringing an offensive onslaught to this rematch already.
Yeah, but you see, Serrano being a lot more economical
Yes.
and punches this time. She's not just going to war. She's boxing, fighting, sport. And I think this is going to be a different fight.
That's awesome.
This way. She knows not to just put on the gas all the time. But win.
It's amazing, as we mentioned, Serrano has won titles.
Pink Floyd is the best.
She predominantly fights at 127.
I was amazed that they sold their entire library to Sony Music Group for $400 million. I mean, totally worth it, but $400 million for that entire library. That's incredible.
Taking her time for this time is going to make a lot more difficult for Katie.
One minute remaining in the second.
Oh, totally. Of course you would.
Serrano and Taylor again. Both of these ladies,
I mean, that's like a pile of money.
Hall of Famers, but Taylor 38, Serrano 36. They have had so many legendary chapters. Beautiful combination by two.
Right? Exactly. Oh, and I would appreciate that. I would make all kinds of good use of that. Right? No, how awesome would that be? I mean, that would be so awesome. Well, when you become a famous engineer, you know, remember the little people, huh?
Longest career layoff. And now, a message from Jamie Foxx and Cameron Diaz about their new movie Back in Action, January 17, only on Netflix.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, Tyson is back.
Cameron, you are also back.
We are back. That's right. Back in action. So check this out. Okay, you know that I love our life. Tonight, something clicked. I felt alive again. I felt like a bitch again. Oh, she's fine. It's not that bad.
What is going on?
Yeah, I don't know, man. all kinds of ads going on this. Jeez. Back to action. Oh, these are the so FL Sun. Remember, this whole live was supposed to be on FL Sun's new printer that they gave me, but then all of a sudden I got an email last night that they didn't want me doing a live showing it, so I switched to this. These are little handles for the doors. Yeah. I don't know. She's biting her. She's totally biting her. You know, and that, I don't know. You know, I back and forth a bunch of emails with her going, hey, you know, you really want to, you know, start driving attention to the printer before, you know, because it's supposed to be released on November 25th. And I'm like, hey, you probably want to start driving attention to it before it gets released so you can have people, you know, excited about it before they can get it. And I don't know. I mean, it's like the same thing with the Creality K2. They had this whole embargo thing. They only wanted short content before you could release it. They didn't want any long videos, which was surprising. I would think that you'd want all kinds of attention, you know, being drawn towards the printer. You know, because, I mean, the thing is, I mean, there's a pile of printers coming out this year. And I don't know. I don't understand it. I would think that, you know, you would want people talking about your printer. But yeah, I think they're just, you know, because I think this is the second release of this machine. Because I saw that James at Cloud 42, you know, he already did a review on it, you know, like a couple months ago. And yeah, I don't know. So I was going to do a live with it doing the whole assembly to, you know, first print on it. And then they're like, you know, and at first they were like, oh yeah, no, that'd be great. Do a live, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, sweet. And then all of a sudden it's, we changed our mind. We don't want you doing a live, you know, a live assembly and all of that junk. So I'm like, really? But, I mean, whatever. I mean, it sucks because I was really, I don't know, I was looking forward to that. Because, I mean, like, I did a live with the Prusa XL, and that worked out great. You know, I mean, I did the first speed benchies and all of that with it, too. And, I mean, I've been really, really happy with the XL printer. I mean, that is really a good printer. I've been really happy with it. And she just headbutted her. Yeah, I am. Oh, really?
Where's the X-File, I hear?
So who won?
Mike Tyson, that ill-fated fighting Buster Douglas going for Maxwell in the corner.
No, I'm still watching live.
There's a headbutt right there, I think. Yes, yes. It's all Wentz. Yeah, but you see a Wentz right there.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
The cut right there is Wentz.
So adversity for Serrano, but will detect the location of the cut, whether or not it will create temporary blindness or impact her vision. And the
No, they're still fighting.
in the corner, for Amanda said,
We're in round 5.
Mike Bazell, she's trained by her brother-in-law Jordan Maldonado, Russ
No, we're in round 5.
Katie Taylor, Mike Rodriguez. Her cut, man, this is round 5. We're almost halfway there. These women's title fights fly by because of the time and because of the action.
Okay, I'll reload it.
A symphony of violence.
Oh, how weird.
Tally that makes this sport so amazing.
Oh, how weird.
Presented by Celsius. Live fit. Roy, take it away.
Huh.
Amanda hurt Katie very bad that first round. The old man left. And Katie started throwing the combination. The thing to me was Katie was throwing a few more punches, but most of Amanda's punches came more than
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just closed it and opened it back up, and now it's,
there was another headbutt, followed by a punch, and they right. She wanted to lead him with her head. So,
I don't know, whatever.
like I said, anytime a left-handed
Okay, so that was the last fight, right? Now it's on to the main event, right?
just this fight, and not just these two. And I don't think it was intentional. I just think this is the way it fight.
I think people are gonna be arguing about this.
Finally.
And it's sad that it will take away from again. We're talking another fight of the year here, kid. Guys.
Yes, you gotta respect.
So I'm going to be out of here after the Tyson fight. I got to go home, get something to eat.
November to remember by screaming a main event unlike any we have seen. It's a fight that no one saw.
Oh, really?
But the world will be watching. And to set the table for Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, let's go back to Kate Scott.
Oh, you know, they're probably going to drag this out for another hour.
What a night here in Texas.
Yes, I have slept at the shop. I have. And actually, I have a couch up in the upper office, in the upstairs office. It isn't that bad.
Is up next, and yes, it is obvious that Jake Paul
Of course, I've done overnighters here too.
different backgrounds, different journeys, and different generations of life.
You know, where I just work all stinking night. I was doing a job for one of the companies that go to SEMA, and that was like, I watched the sun go down and I watched the sun come back up, and it's like, oh my gosh.
What if you just decided one day you wanted to be a
Right? Yep, totally.
They told you how crazy that was. This is the opportunity of a lifetime to fight one of the two most famous boxers.
Oh, he's gonna get destroyed.
But I'm a victim of that mission. I'm a king in the game where you know that. Get it when I can control that. I am a legend. Cool down, cold stack, take a step back, and you know that. What would happen if you were a boxer?
Either that or they're just gonna do it as an exhibition. I'm thinking it's just gonna be an exhibition type fight. I don't think they're gonna really be doing anything.
No other 58-year-old is doing it because they can. So stop. Yeah, it's in my blood. Came from the mom. I was living in the mud. I've been working so hard. I'm living in the nothing they can do now, baby. Stop. Two pretty improbable stories, right? But what if they collide? And what if we all had a chance to find out what happened next? For Jake Paul, just remember, this feels like a culmination of everything he's been working towards.
Yeah, I don't know. Just,
World champion.
he's just so lippy though. I mean, they're both lippy.
Take over a sport, topple one of its biggest names, and force everyone to reckon with what you've built. On the truth. Matter of fact, I'm a natural born killer.
Right? Totally.
Baddest man on the planet. It was a reflection of how dangerous he seemed, how powerful
Yeah, look at those short stroke push-ups.
After all the hype, after all the build-up, it's that last hit. Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. What if? Right now.
Oh, killing me. We got more ads.
We are on the precipice of the unprecedented. Nobody knows
Right?
what's gonna happen once the
Totally.
Jake Paul only has 11 pro fights. Can he beat an all-time great? Mike Tyson is a killer, yes, but he is 58 years old, everybody. Has he got one more knockout left in him? We're going to find out about 30 minutes from now.
30 minutes from now.
90 countries.
Jeez.
On Netflix. Coming down very well, welcome inside AT&T Stadium once again. I'm Kate Scott with our Jake
They're going to stretch this out for another half an hour.
with you here around Netflix around the globe. It is good to be with you here this evening. Let me talk about Mike Tyson. You've been to a Mike Tyson fight before?
Yeah, of course.
You have? Which one?
Several. I was in the bites. In the ear, he was in the building.
I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if I can make it.
It's gonna be my first. It's gonna be my first Mike Tyson ring walk. I'm hyped for that. No robe, no socks. Yes.
I don't think I can make it. All right. It's been 6.5 hours. I appreciate everybody that has watched and talked, and you guys have been awesome tonight. Did it work out okay letting you guys know that I was going to be live? That I was going to be doing the live a couple days ahead of schedule? Let me know if that worked out for you. All right, I'm going to bounce. Hey, it was great seeing everybody. Have a wonderful evening. I hope the fight is something. I'm sure we can comment on it next time I show up live. All right. Thanks. Thanks for watching.